as chair of the House ED&A subcommittee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing on bills referred to the committee and scheduled in the House calendar for today. An executive session may be held on any bill referred to the committee. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during the meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available to the House in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 603-271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Start the meeting by taking roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there's anyone in the room with you during the meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Representative Grota.
Here.
Yeah.
Home alone in my office.
Representative Schultz.
Good morning. I am in Concord at my home, and my husband will be in and out of the room.
Representative Lekis.
I'm at home, and my wife will be around.
Representative Lanzara.
Home and some family members throughout.
And I am here, and that's it for the subcommittee. Did I miss anybody?
No, you got everybody.
Excellent. Okay, so when last we met, we agreed on the content of the bill as drafted, except for an amendment that would change it so that it was clearly delineated that all costs for membership in the compact would be incurred and taken care of by OPLC. Did everyone get a copy of the amendment?
Yes.
Anyone have any questions or thoughts on the amendment? Good. It sounds like we're all in agreement. So based on that, I am going to go ahead and call the roll. We'll vote on this amendment. We'll vote on the bill as amended for referral to the full committee. And I will move ought to pass with amendment.
Don't you have to move the amendment first, Mr. Chair?
I don't know if I have to do it that way in a subcommittee. Pam, do I have to do it that way in a subcommittee?
Yeah, we usually mirror the same approach that we do in the full.
Okay.
I mean, it's certainly casual, but
Yeah, the only reason is because I don't have like an amendment number or anything, but
right, it's more a conceptual, you can refer
Yeah.
to the Broderick amendment, informal.
Okay, in that case, I will move the Broderick suggested amendment. Any second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any discussion?
It just looks basically like we agreed to. It's pretty straightforward, so.
Yeah, exactly what we agreed to. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the roll. Representative Grota,
For the amendment, I vote yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
And your
I'm
chair.
sorry to hear you.
Oh, John.
I'm so sorry, Representative McGuire, can you put yourself on mute or somebody, there's a lot of talking and I can't hear Representative Roy.
Sorry, yes. Would you please mute us?
Sure, I'll mute you.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Schultz, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Lanzara,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. That's unanimous. I now move the section 5 as amended. Excuse me, was it 7 or 5 we're doing? 5. Yeah, 5 as amended.
Representative Roy, do you want to talk about the issue of the drafting error?
Yeah, I thought we'd discuss it more in full committee, but if you wouldn't mind, Pam, if you could just give a quick brief to the subcommittee on what we're going to have to do.
Sure, I wouldn't mind. It sounds a lot more confusing than it really is, but there's just a drafting error on pages 3 and 4 of the bill, which is the very beginning of part 5. And if you look at page 3, line 32, you can see that they're adding language about the Audiology and Speech Language Pathology Compact to 329D2. And you see section 1 there. But then if you look on page 4, line 17, the same language is repeated, only it's inserted into 326F15, which is where the Speech Language Pathology Practice Act is. So there was some discussion about apparently, or some competing ideas about whether this new compact language should be put into into 329D, which is currently where the psychology compact is. And it looks like they wanted to make 329D a chapter with all occupational compacts in it. But then alternatively, there was a thought to put it into the Speech Language Pathology Practice Act. So we just need to pick one. That's all that really needs to be done, and the duplicative language removed from the bill.
So what I had thought is I was going to reach out one more time to OPLC just to ensure what their preference is, and then discuss it at the full committee to see which way we were going to go on that. It's not a, go ahead, I'm sorry, what?
I was going to say, Tom Broderick is here. We can bring him over to talk about it if you want.
Yeah, that would be good, just so we can get the preference on it, what they were trying to do.
Sure. He's on his way.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, while we're waiting for him, may I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So where you're headed, I'm very comfortable with, but the only thing is that because this is a little bit tricky, and we have to make a decision as to which the better way is to go, so that the full committee understands what's going on. It might be well to if Tom is going to be available to talk to the full committee, which I think we're going to have when, Carol, maybe at 10 o'clock already? Is she on with
She's
it?
muted, and I can't unmute the room from up here, so.
Okay. Well, that's just my thought, so that the full committee understands that we're making kind of a fundamental decision how we want to proceed, and having Tom explain it to the full committee so that we're all on board is my thought. But I'll defer to the chair's judgment with regard to how we want to proceed at this moment.
Thank you, Representative Schmidt. That was my initial inclination, but I'd still, if he's available for the subcommittee, just so we can all understand what we're voting on.
I totally get it that the subcommittee should certainly be apprised initially, so that they do know what what you're voting on. It's just that we want to have the full committee understand, because we're making kind of a commitment how we want to structure this. So, but I think the proceeding with the subcommittee at this point is the right way to do it.
Yeah, Pam, when is the full committee meeting to discuss the whole bill?
You're going to have some discussions this afternoon or this morning after the other bills are exec.
Yeah, okay, so we can discuss it again quickly, and I'm sure Mr. Broderick will be available. Mr. Broderick, can you just give us a quick rundown which direction you were trying to head with that?
Or yeah. Thank you for having me. So I don't think OPLC has a strong preference. I think we have a slight preference for putting it in the individual practice acts. And the reason for that really is if I'm a physical therapist, I'm going to know to look in my physical therapy practice act for the statutes that govern. I might not know to go to a separate chapter on compacts. However, I don't think it's a strong preference. I don't think that should not kill the compacts at all. So, and then to get to Representative Schmidt's point, I'm happy to be there. I'm planning on listening into the full committee meeting, and I'll be on mute doing other work, but I can jump on whenever needed.
Okay, I just wanted to get a quick summary of what you were thinking, and we will discuss it at the full committee and decide which way is the best way to go for clarity purposes.
Chair,
Okay.
Rowland, I have to say,
Yes.
I don't feel comfortable right now with this if we're going to be doing something. If we haven't decided which road we're going down at the beginning, at this point, how can we vote on this as a subcommittee?
Well, because this isn't a substantive change to the bill, it's just a drafting error as to which section of the law it's going to go into. I think that if we can vote on the substantive part of the bill with regard to the amendment we did, deciding as a full committee where to put it in law, I think at least the subcommittee has heard and decided on the substance of the proposed bill, and the technicality the full committee can decide on. I would just like to make that recommendation that as it is pending a decision from the full committee on where to put it in the bill, in the statutes, we can go ahead and vote. Does that make sense to you, Representative Groda?
It does. I'm still, as a result, since we're in the discussion mode about the bill, I do have some hesitancy about this compact arrangement because we have been in compacts before, but I don't necessarily like being the first one or one of the first ones. New Hampshire to be one of the first states. I like them, I feel more comfortable if they're a little bit more proven. And the argument is always, well, we want a seat at the table. And I'm looking for other people in the committee to convince me that this is a good idea.
Well, I'll respond first. I believe that the state is a member of numerous compacts already that we've been, this isn't the first. So I think we do have some experience with how they work. We would get the whole seat at the table with this particular compact, but as far as compacts in general go, I believe that we're a member of quite a few of them already and have been for some time. Does anyone else want to speak on that?
Yeah, I think that's part of what she's saying. And Representative Groda, correct me if I'm wrong. It sounds like one of your concerns is if we are one of the first to join this particular compact that has a whole other layer of dimensions to it. I personally am comfortable with it in this case. To me, as long as the profession, it says, and the people in that profession say that this is something that they want, I have no problem with it. There is a disputed one that we're taking up on a different compact that's already in process, but we have some different opinions on that. But for this one, I don't think we really heard any opposition to this at all, if I remember correctly.
Correct, you're correct.
Yeah, and I'm comfortable with it as well. I mean, if the practitioners and the board have no problem with it, it looks pretty straightforward, and we've dealt with compacts before. I'm not sure, what would go wrong that would give us pause in doing this at this point.
If I could just weigh in for a second here again, I think that my understanding is that the stakeholders, the practitioners, want this. It's not being imposed or dictated by OPLC. It's the practitioners who want it. That's why we're proceeding at all.
Right.
Thank you.
But I'd like to get that confirmed so that so by one of the practitioners, so it's not an assumption that turns out to be inaccurate.
I mean, Mr. Broderick, are you still there?
I am, yes. Oh, am I muted? No.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Yes, so in working on this compact, we reached out to the associations here in New Hampshire. The let's see, it's the New Hampshire Occupational Therapy Association expressed that they're in strong support. The Speech Language Pathology Association, you heard from the national representative, but both the board and the New Hampshire chapter of the association are on board with that. The Audiology Association, I think I see that the someone from that association might be on, or a representative, but they wanted at first to learn a bit more about the compact, so we went into their meetings, explained a bit how compacts worked, and they ended up I believe in support, definitely not opposing it. I believe that they are supportive. So Speech Language Pathology Association strongly supports, OT Association strongly supports. I believe that the Audiology Association got to support, but I know they don't oppose it.
Okay, thank you. Does that help you? Go ahead.
Oh, this is Representative Schultz. I was just going to say, I, for whatever it's worth, would definitely support in the error of how, the conflicting parts, to include it in the specific parts of the law for those professions that, because I guess it's all in one part of the law. But so then I would definitely be supportive of it being in that professions section, even though it looks like this compact language might be something that will be sort of boilerplate from here on out on contracts, if I understand that correctly. But including it specifically to these professions in that part of the law, I would definitely be supportive of that for whatever that's worth.
Thank you. I tend to agree after hearing from OPLC, and we will put that to the full committee to make that decision, because that's kind of a policy decision that will affect all the compacts, how we move forward. So it's better to have the full committee weigh in on that and get Carol's input on that too. Representative Groder, do you feel comfortable voting on the bill as amended at this point for subcommittee purposes?
Yes, I will say, and I'll bring this up in subcommittee, I'd like to know if these compacts are audited at some time, or a review is done of the compacts to see what the benefits were for New Hampshire. And if there is no benefit, then I would like to know how we can withdraw ourselves from them. So let's just make a note of that. I do think that it's easy to always move ahead with something, but when you don't look back as to what the ramifications were, you can lose sight of what you've done or the effect of what you've done. And I think that it's important to do that.
I think you're absolutely correct. And I believe on one of the other bills, we heard testimony that they do track the use and benefit of the compact. And as far as withdrawal, we see that process coming up in one of the other sections where a withdrawal attempt is being made. So we will explore that, I firmly believe, in some depth at the full committee meeting. Okay, so we're running out of time here. I'm going to go ahead, since everyone seems to be on board, I'm going to call the roll on, well, actually, no, first I'm going to move on to pass with amendment. Anyone second?
I specified part 5.
Yes, part 5, 133 with amendment.
And that's what the amendment we just voted on, not the decision on how to fix the duplication.
That's correct.
Okay, I'll second it.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
No, but for, I'm sorry to be so picky, but for clarification, we should probably state the, and if I could, let's insert the, it's the part 5, it's the, excuse me, it's the amendment from Mr. Broderick that we're,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what, when we called the vote, it was the Broderick amendment.
okay, so let's, it ought to pass with the just for, for clarity. Ought
Yeah,
to pass with the Broderick amendment.
with the suggested amendment by Mr. Broderick from April 23rd. Okay, so Representative Grota,
Yes,
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Lanzara,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes, unanimous to move to the full committee, ought to pass with the Broderick amendment, with the understanding that we are going to discuss where it is placed in the statute. And with that, I will close the subcommittee meeting. Thank you all very much, and we'll all talk again very soon.
thank you.
Thanks. Good job.
I hand over control of Zoom to whoever's next.
Should be Representative Sytek.
I believe so. I'm not sure if the room is still muted.
Send Carol a text or something, I suppose.
She can hear you, so I think she's on her way.
Okay.
Do I read the script for the subcommittee? Or-
Question. Pam, do we need to read the script again?
We did for the last subcommittee work session. This is, I'll let you make the call.
All right, so it is.
It probably is a safer practice.
13 of us.
All right. Well, give people a chance to get warmed up, I suppose. It is 10 o'clock. This is the subcommittee on Senate Bill 133. We're looking at the amendment 1162H. This is, I believe, part 14. It's a new subparagraph having to do with childcare licensing. Let me run through the narrative, the opening statement, in order to be safe, I suppose. As chair of the subcommittee on the aforementioned bills, Senate Bill 133, Amendment 1162H, I find due to the state of emergency declared by the governor, I'm just as sick of it as you are, as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar and the general court website. Notice of this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91A. Anyone who has a problem with this meeting should call 271-3600 or email HCS, House Committee Services, I guess, HCS @LegStateNHUS, the usual extension. In the event that the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. We will start by taking a roll call attendance. I'm going to call really everybody who is here. I'm going to then talk about the subcommittee. I guess it's the clerk in me. Representative Allegro.
Present.
Representative in the room. Representative Bailey.
Present in the committee room.
Representative Fellows, are you with us today? Not yet. Representative Fontenot.
I am here at home alone.
No. Okay. And you are a member of the subcommittee. Okay. Why I have problems with that name? Representative Goley.
I'm here at home and my wife is in the other room.
Okay. Say hello. Representative Broda.
I'm here in my office alone.
Eavesdropping on the subcommittee, I bet. Representative Judy. Representative Judy, you're part of my subcommittee. Where are you? Okay. Representative Lanzara.
Home and some family members around.
Okay. Representative Lekis.
I'm home, my wife's around, and I'm listening in.
Representative Wire.
Here in the committee room.
Okay. Representative O'Brien.
I'm present, home in Nashua, and I get grandkids all over the bloody place.
Good for you. Representative Pearson. Representative Roy.
I am here in my truck alone.
Representative Santo Nastaso?
Here, I wasn't really here for the subcommittee though.
I'm taking attendance, just
Okay.
belt and suspenders.
Yeah. Here.
Representative Schmidt.
I'm house sitting at the home of a friend in Portsmouth. I am alone otherwise.
Okay, home alone. Representative
Home alone.
Short.
I am present at my home in Pembroke alone. I am not a member of this subcommittee.
Welcome aboard. Representative Schultz. You are here. Representative Saito, the clerk is here in the room. Representative Yakubovich. We have a fair sprinkling of people. The subcommittee, Representative McGuire is present. Judy, except for Judy, McGuire, O'Brien, and Fontenot is here, and I am here. Okay, so there's, we'll proceed. Where we left off was we had listened, we had heard in committee.
Are we doing part 14 or part 7?
Part 14.
I thought we were doing part 7. Let's see what was noticed. So we
It,
5, part 5 is the
I'm looking at the notice and I'm only seeing 14.
Non-germane amendment 1162.
okay.
The
14.
last page, but it's 3.
Okay.
yeah, I think the status of 7 is that we're just going to hear it right before the exec session because it's all agreed on. Just,
We will discuss it this afternoon. Okay, fine.
yeah, I think
4.
And I think that what I was going to do is give a brief recap on where we are on 14. And we had heard in committee testimony from Representative Walner and McWilliams. Introducing this amendment because of the crisis, the shortage of teachers at the child care level. And there was objection because of watering down of standards. And while I think if I'm reading the committee correctly, I don't want to speak for anyone, but I hope I'm recapping this accurately. The committee was in support of the fact that we did not want to see standards watered down, but there is a present crisis and the immovable force versus the movable object of getting working parents back into the workforce. Probably, at least in the short run, is more important, and whether we're going to revisit this later.
No, actually, Representative Svitek, I think you were misrepresenting some members of the committee. We didn't want to water down standards. We wanted to make sure that they were not excessively academic for the position. Because the issue is whether or not child care is primarily educational, like a school or a preschool, or whether it is supervisory care. And that does not require the academic standards that early childhood education does. It's also less expensive. And the issue right now is not that we don't have qualified teachers. We don't have daycare workers who are willing to work for what we're willing to pay them.
Okay, regardless, or except in either case, the committee felt that that this amendment was that introduced by Representative Wallner was meritorious. There were some questions about, there was a big question about documented life experience. And we heard objections to that because it was not defined. And there was words came in, we had words that gave specific examples of what life's experience was. And I had asked to add or closely related activities. And I think where we left off, I hope where we left off is that Tom Broderick was going to do something with that, because I don't have those words with me right now. And I think that can only mean that Mr. Broderick is working on that. I hope he's there somewhere.
Yeah, I can't find those words either, but
I have them. Is this the email that you sent out, Carol?
yes,
Okay, just a moment, because I made comments to those words and I didn't realize that okay, this is the words that you had sent, and this was my comment. Documented life experience shall include work for a family care provider, service. So these are the things that document life experience.
Yes.
Work for a family care provider, service as a foster parent, work as a school teacher, work as a camp counselor, and experience as a group leader for children in sports and other activities such as Scouts or Little League. And you had spoken with Mary Jane, and she agreed that the wording would be a good idea. I'm not sure she agreed to this wording, but I know that she had said the wording was a good idea because I spoke to her separately about this. What my comments were, I think it's important that these experiences include groups of children. Fostering one child in your home is different than being with a group of children. So I wrote, my suggestion was, and I'm sorry, it's very difficult to do this without the words, but I left the sentences that Representative McGuire wrote, and I added in each of these cases, the experience that shall involve 3 or more children during the. So I just don't think being one-on-one with a child is the same thing as being in a room full of children. And some of these experiences that were mentioned in the wording did not indicate that it was a group of children that needed to be part of the experience as opposed to a child. And I think that's important. But other than that, I'm okay with the words.
That's all familiar. It all,
And if you would like, I can forward this to the committee.
okay,
please do.
before, okay, do we have any? Yes. go ahead.
I disagree with that. The only one of those experiences that would be with a single child would likely be a foster parent, which might equally be with more than one. But that does involve taking care of a child who is not your own. So I think it's relevant. I'd also like to add that this is in addition to the 1,000 hours of supervised child care experience in a licensed child care program. So if somebody got interested in taking care of kids with a single foster child and then spent 1,000 hours, which is approximately 6 months, working in a supervised child care, in a licensed child care program supervised by a licensed person with more experience and more training, and they're still interested, I think we should give them credit for the foster care. I mean, it's not as if that would be their only experience with children. And I think adding a minimum of 3 children is excessively restrictive.
Well, I think you can't avoid it with the other activities.
Right, absolutely.
I'm not sure I understand that. What do you mean you can't avoid it?
If you are doing any of the activities other than foster care, you're going to be involving more than, you'll be involving several children. It's kind of hard to imagine Little League or the other things that you're talking about, that are enumerated involving fewer than 3 children.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure, it's net, if the question is your statement necessary?
My statement, well, I'll let the committee decide that. But I do think it has to be fostering one child or having one child at home. I can tell you from my own experience, is a breeze compared to having 2 or 3. Having one, you're focused on one person, one little person. And if something should happen, if you're with 2 people and you're taking care of one and one falls down and hurts themselves, who's watching the other one? You have to be able to do that. And I'm not convinced that fostering one child or having one child is, any parent who has more than one child can tell you this. So I don't know why this is it's not restrictive, it's common sense.
I disagree.
I know you do, Carol. I mean,
No.
sorry, Representative McGuire, I know you do.
I think that dealing with multiple children in the licensed childcare system is enough to cover that aspect of it. Whereas if you have a foster child, there you are responsible for taking care of and being responsible for a child who is not your own, which is one of the important distinctions and why I included foster parent in this list of experiences. You also get a chance to observe some stages of growth, which may or may not be applicable to any other child, but at least you get some experience in seeing how children change.
Representative Groda, I don't see this as being a practical problem. I mean, it's nice, but I don't see it as something we have to worry about.
I will take your advice, Representative Sajak, and I respect the ability to have this conversation, and I'll think about it.
Well, it's not that what you're not saying doesn't make sense. It's just that I think it's more or less self-correcting. I don't think it is a practical matter day to day. If this paragraph is used and invoked, that we're going to be finding a situation involving fewer than 3. I think it's like, please do not read this sign.
Right. I'm going to, I'm fine. I don't need to talk about this anymore. And I did send the words to Ms. Smarling. So if you could please forward that to the committee, because I don't have everyone's.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
I'm so sorry.
Ms. Marley,
Yes, yes, I'll send it around to everybody right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
This wording change was in response to a concern by the licensing unit that documented life experiences was too vague and broad and unable to be implemented properly. So we're specifying the kinds of life experiences that we think are to be considered as documented life experience in lieu of academic training for an associate.
That's correct. I will agree with that.
I have a couple more things though. First, is there any sentiment that we should include a phrase like "or closely related activity"? I'm not hot about that, but it seems like because of this list is so enumerates, if you work for the YMCA but not the YWCA, do we?
I'm okay with that. What do the other members of the subcommittee think?
I'm sorry, Representative Sajak, could you repeat that last?
What I'm saying is there is a list of specific examples of what documented life experience is. And I'm saying if something got missed, if you can say it is a closely related activity, and I use the example, it's not here, But if, let's say the list said YMCA, but you worked for the YWCA, well, come on.
Right. So
So
leaving
that-
a sort
That's
of,
my purpose.
yeah,
That was
something
my
that
purpose.
allows it to interpretation in a reasonable way.
Well, I'm trying to, or closely related. I don't want this to be the barn door. Look,
Right.
I'm not married to the idea. It
No.
just seemed like that was something useful to put in.
I agree with you.
Okay.
What's the rest of the subcommittee?
Well, I don't detect strong feelings.
Representative Fontenot or O'Brien, do you have any concerns with that?
I don't have any real concerns with it, as long as it doesn't open that, the door back up to the description being too vague, that the reason we're having this discussion to begin with.
Closely.
I think I'm trying, I understand your concern. I have the same concern. That's why I said, or closely related. We have to assume people are reasonable in the way they look at this, that the fact that you sold Amway goods during summer vacation does not qualify, okay, as a closely related activity. There are a couple more, another thing that I'd like to bring up, and that is, do we want to, is there any reason to invoke rules here? Is there anything that requires John Carter look at this? Like, I'm looking when I see a list of things.
This is put into their rulemaking authority.
Okay,
So
so
it's already.
it's
covered
already
by
there.
rulemaking.
Okay, so that takes care of that. The other thing that I'd like to mention, Mr. Broderick, are you on board here?
I haven't seen him. Trying to bring him on.
Because I thought, and I'm sorry, I don't remember this, that that someone was left with the task of actually preparing something that we would assemble as part of the omnibus amendment.
That will be Ms. Marlin.
Ms. Marling,
Yes.
I'll bet you're on.
Every facility
I am on.
has to
That's
have-
exciting. Okay.
So at what point, when we're talking about a beverage manufacturer.
Whoever is talking, please mute themselves. Thank you.
Okay. It sounds like we have, the subcommittee is willing to see the word, the GROTA words put in with as close or closely related activity. That phrase and coupled with the GROTA language, we'd like to see.
Actually, it's the McGuire language, Representative Sitek.
Oh. Well,
My language, my addition was not accepted by the committee, but.
Okay.
Representative Broda was just able to find the words in her
She,
email.
that's, all right, okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, speak, Mr. Representative O'Brien.
thank you. And I'm all in favor of this, and I think the committee has done a fine job giving specific examples. But what about putting the something else in there? We gave the examples, but mention other similar type of responsibilities maintained by the candidate, and that would be a little bit more conclusive, yet it throws the power back to the hiring and the responsibility back to the hiring source. So they could jeopardize themselves if they don't pay attention to our examples and everything, but it might be a little bit more inclusive instead of being specific.
I think that's your amendment, Representative
I
Sitek.
think that, I think I used my words, but your idea.
Good, okay. All right, that's the only two bits I got to it,
All right, okay, fair enough. And Representative Broda, when you said your idea wasn't accepted, it's kind of harsh.
Oh, no, it's not harsh. I don't mean it to be harsh at all.
No,
It
no,
was
I'm
just-
saying I don't want to sound that way. The fact is that you had a good idea, which is self-correcting. Well, I wasn't panning your idea, is what I'm saying.
Of course, I didn't mean it that way, and if you took my words that way, that was not my intent, and I apologize.
No, okay. So where we're left with is with those words, Ms. Smarling, if you would craft those together I think our business is done.
Well, I think we should take a vote on recommending this amendment as amended
With the,
to,
with the amendment,
with the revised language to the full committee.
with the Smartland amendment.
If she's not my name. Anyway, I will so move that we recommend this new subparagraph as part 14 of Senate Bill 133.
And can I just clarify that we're just adding one sentence to the end of the amendment that is about documented life experience, and the only addition is at the end of the sentence, it says such as Scouts or Little League or a closely related activity.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Madam Chairman, through the chairman, if I may ask a question too. This seems to be because of the pandemic and the difficulty in talking to the good people in Nashua. It goes much more type of places are looking for help. The other day I went to Demoulas and the butcher asked me if I wanted a part-time job. You know, I thought that was a cut up, no pun intended. But however, should we contemplate a sunset to this if we see better times, or sunsets are usually a problem? I understand that.
Representative O'Brien, if you're here in 2 years, repeal the bill, because we don't know where we're going.
Okay, no, that's a fair answer. I just wonder if it might be a possibility, but thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I happen to like sunsets too, but I also see a lot of uncertainty out there. I'd also like to see how this works, and people don't hesitate to bring in repeals, except for itinerant peddlers. The other thing that I might mention to you, Representative O'Brien, is you and I are probably the only two people left on the planet that still call it the Demoulas. Just wanted to say, just throw that in.
Yes, and I'd like to comment on that. Not the market basket experience, but the shortage of child care workers has been going on a great deal longer than the pandemic. And this is a way to ease people into it without requiring them to take 30 hours is a substantial amount of academic qualifications. They still have to have some, and they need to do the continuing education. But this will get people into the business and let them start working before they have to make the commitment on the academics. And I think that is important.
I agree, Madam Chair. I would like to add to, because I'm sure everyone read the report that Miriam sent that, but just to say that the study committee that looked at the business environment for child care providers, that report was written pre-COVID, and this was among the suggestions of how to improve the business of childcare providing. And I think overall it just helps people who need childcare in general. I think the other recommendations were good too, and I think we should look at those, and the ones that pertain to our committee. But there are still a few that haven't been implemented. And yeah, this childcare crisis predates COVID for sure.
I think
There is a thank you.
The study on House Bill 230 is the appropriate place to consider that, because we'll have the whole summer to work on it.
Perfect.
If I may, just for my own understanding, this is more on-the-job training. People get started, but they still have to meet all the criteria that exist. It's just that we're getting them their foot in the door.
Right. This allows them to start working prior to getting the 30 hours of training. They still have to have, I believe, 9 hours to get in the door. And they also, the persons that we approve by this still need to maintain all of the continuing education requirements. And they would need to get the educational requirements before they go up.
I think it's 8 hours, actually. just whatever. I actually read it, so. No smiling, please. Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second from the subcommittee?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Representative O'Brien. So, Representative, I'll call the roll of the subcommittee. Representative Font, no.
Yes.
Representative Judy, are you here? No vote for him. Representative McGuire?
Yes,
He's giving you a thumbs up. Mr. Representative
Is he
Judy.
here?
He's here.
Yes,
Oh, and do we have, do we see a thumb up?
I'm here.
How do you vote, Representative Judy?
We,
We, okay. No consonants in we, okay. Representative McGuire,
yes,
Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes, so it's 5-0 to the recommend to the full committee with the wording of, to repeat, the McGuire-Grota wording and the additional phrase as prompted by Representative O'Brien and SciTech to put in and closely related activity. And with that, I think we are adjourned. We are adjourned.
you're adjourned.
Thank you, people.
Right then. Over. And now moving on to the posted executive session of the full committee. So my script. As chair of the House ED&A Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is an executive session on bills referred to the committee and scheduled in the House calendar. Executive session may be held on any bill referred to the committee. There is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if invited, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@ledge.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. All votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. We will start by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Representative SciTech, you will call the roll.
In 1 second, please. Representative Allegro,
Present in the room.
Representative Bailey,
Present in the committee room.
Representative Fellows,
Home alone.
Representative Fontenot,
I am present and home alone.
Representative Goley,
I am home and my wife is in the other room.
Representative Grota.
I'm in my home office alone.
Somebody's.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Chair, could members in the committee room please hold their conversations?
I'm not sure what's happening here.
Committee members, if you are not actively speaking, please mute yourself. We're getting some crosstalk. Thank you.
understood. Might I be recognized, Mr. Chairman?
Not in the middle of a roll call.
Oh, you are voting. Okay, thank you.
We're not voting, we're taking attendance.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Representative Grota,
I'm here in my office alone.
Representative Judy,
I'm here. My wife is in the other room.
Representative Lanzara,
Home and family members throughout the house.
Representative Lekis,
Home and my wife's around.
Representative Wire,
Oh, here in the committee room.
Representative O'Brien,
I'm present and I'm home alone in Nashua.
Representative Pearson,
Present in the committee room.
Representative Roy,
I am here, home alone in Deerfield.
out of the truck. Representative Santo Nastaso,
Present in the committee room.
Representative Schmidt,
I am house sitting at the home of a friend in Portsmouth, otherwise alone.
Representative Schuett,
I am at my home in Pembroke alone.
Representative Schultz,
I am at my home and my husband is in the other room.
clerk is sitting right here. Representative Yakubovich,
Present on top of the garage all alone, coming in.
okay.
He's making his way. Eagle Square.
Madam Chairman, we have a full house.
Okay, excellent. Glad to see everybody here. Representative Schmidt, you had a question or comment?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I do indeed. I got a phone call from John Williams of the HHS department. They have been listening into the colloquy in the last half hour, and they had several important points to raise. So it would be very helpful to the process, I believe. So if either John Williams could be allowed in to have their concerns and their and what they would like to contribute to the discussion.
Thank you. This is an executive session, and I don't necessarily, it's not a public hearing. I don't know about you, but I've heard from a lot of people on all of our bills, and I'm not sure.
Is this subcommittee talk?
If this is about the subcommittee, I see Melissa Clement has her hand raised. She's the staffer at HHS.
She's one of the people who would certainly be like to speak, and the concern that they raised with me in the conversation I just had with them definitely should be part of our deliberations.
When we get to a section where they're relevant, we might consider it, or you can relay their concerns.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
At the moment, we are going to be going through, the plan for today is to do 4 bills, Senate Bills 114, 42, and 57, which we should be able to completely accept. Then we are going to start on Senate Bill 133, going section by section, except that we're going to do the ones that had unanimous or near unanimous subcommittee recommendations first. We will save the debates for the end because Ms. Smarling is going to have to stitch together a fairly substantial amendment from all the pieces that get amended. So, yes, Representative Schuett, I'll recognize you when I finish.
Thank you.
So the plan is to do, like I said, these 3 bills that we should be able to complete with full recommendations, then start in on 133, easy stuff first. And yes, Representative Schuett, please, your question.
Thank you. I apologize, Madam Chair. I thought you were ending your summary. In order to make something very simple, I think, happened. You had graciously extended a period of time to still consider Senate Bill 106, which we actually voted on April 27th. I have had subsequent conversations with my fire chief and with Fire Marshal Parisi, and I am fine with letting that report go ahead. So we've already voted on it. So basically all you have to do is send the paperwork in. So thank you very much for extending me that courtesy.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Ms. Simmons and Ms. Smarling, take that as permission to let Senate Bill 106 proceed. We've already voted on it. So first, we'll do the ones that do not, we will do Senate Bill 114, which was the one that was posted, and we need to exec this one. Representative Blackus, you have a motion.
I do. I move that we ITL Senate Bill 114.
Is there a second? Representative Pearson seconds. Representative Blackus, would you care to speak to your motion?
I would. So this is the one that I guess started out in the Senate related to recreational areas, and the title still reflects that. However, they amended it to remove most of it, and it just put some requirements on training for law enforcement in general. And I believe you, Madam Chair, and I also went and looked through what's on the standards and training website. And what this bill specifies is basically already part of the training. So I don't think there's any need for this. And so I think we should just ITL it. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Pearson, do you wish to speak to your second?
No, I agree with everything you said.
Okay. Is there anyone who wishes to discuss this?
I would like, Representative
yes.
Schultz raised her hand.
Representative Broda?
Yes. I have had several discussions about this bill, and unfortunately, the description of the bill and the title no longer reflects what the bill was originally intended for. Although there is training that occurs, the training that's being referred to in this piece of legislation involves a more passive and less confrontational type of approach in these matters. That's not specifically addressed, from my understanding, in police training. However, I do understand that this is in the process of being added through rulemaking. Is that your understanding, Representative McGuire?
Yes, it is currently in the schedule, and the Police Standards and Training Council is undergoing rulemaking to incorporate this specific training for all law enforcement officers in their rules.
So I just wanted to understand that the training that is referred to in this bill is not currently in the training. This is something that would be added in rules.
It is currently in their schedule, and the first lesson starts in August.
Thank you.
Thank you. I saw if I could make a comment.
Representative Blackus.
Yeah, I looked through what's in standards and training, and the language that's already there, you're correct. It's not quite the same as what's in the bill, but there is existing, certain types of diversity training, and also in the use of force training, trying to de-escalate situations. So there is some training like this, but I think making it more explicit and cleaning up through rulemaking hopefully will make it better. Thank you.
If I might add, it has to do with.
Excuse me, Representative Brody.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm going to give my time to Representative Schultz.
Thank you.
Representative Schultz.
Madam Chair, I did have my hand up. I actually helped write the original bill, and as I understand it, the concerns from the bill authors and the original intent of the bill is still something, in my opinion, that needs work. I would prefer retaining the bill to go to the original intent, which is simply to make sure that those professions and directly under the Office of, I'm going to get the acronym wrong, please forgive me, Cultural and Natural Resources, that would be responsible for peacekeeping in our state parks that is separate from other law enforcement, not fish and game. I believe, I don't think their title is patrol officers, or it may be peacekeepers, but the original intent of this bill was simply to make sure that the governor's LEAC commission recommendations on training, which do include upgrades to the existing training, would be available to the staff that, as I understand it, aren't currently included in this type of training. The Senate amendment and the version we got from the Senate, I would support, but that negates the original intent of the bill anyway, really. I mean, it's related enough that it wouldn't be considered a non-germane amendment per se, but I was hoping that to make a motion to retain the bill so that we could work on making sure that the original intent, if it needed to be written into law, to include these sorts of trainings for those specific positions to keep the peace in our state parks to some degree. Other points could be made that law enforcement also can be called to various state parks, etc. That's still going to be true no matter. But there are some positions under the Department of Cultural and Natural Resources that would benefit from the police academy specific de-escalation and diversity inclusion trainings that currently do not receive it, as I understand it. There's my points.
Yes, thank you. I'm afraid that amending the bill to that would be considered non-germane, since the Senate stripped out all reference to anything except police standards and training. Anyway, Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Coming from where I came before as my time is a couple of times as Vice Chair of Transportation, I would agree with Representative Lekis. Something like that was so poorly constructed, torn apart by the Senate. I probably would have came out with an ITL recommendation as well, too. But then again, I look at the times that we are living in, particularly today, and this is a very timely subject that I think is worthy of this committee to spend the time to try to address. For what I am led to believe, that the governor is looking at this also. And with the governor looking at this, I think the governor would be a fine partner of this particular committee to take this timely subject. And I think we would do the public good to retain it and try to work on it. If after the end of retaining us, we cannot come to a consensus or an agreement with the Senate, I think we all know what's going to happen next. But that doesn't stop us from our responsibility of giving a good college try on this. So therefore, again, regrettably, I'm going to go against the grain of my own personal old vice chairman status of ITL in this. But I think, again, it's timely and prudent, and it needs work, and I'm willing to retain the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have a few brief comments. First comment being, I'm a little disappointed that OLS didn't do their homework when they printed the amended analysis, because that title does not fit what the bill was amended to. Second, I would like to make the comment that I agree if this is already being worked on and placed into rules, that it is probably not a bad thing to ITL this. My concern with eDNA retaining this into our committee, I truly believe that the work on this bill should be done in Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I truly believe this is where this bill should be placed and where this language belongs for review. I don't see retaining a bill with this language in it to work on something that's non-germane. If we ITL this, the sponsors are still able to bring back what they really wanted in place again next year, where it can be worked on and hopefully be sent to the proper committee. So I would just ask that the committee think about that when voting. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very good point. It's only marginally related to eDNA, and as it was originally written, it was not at all an eDNA type of thing. Representative Lekis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I understand Representative O'Brien's concerns about continuing to work on it, but I agree with Representative Goley. The other thing is, I don't know what the timing is going to be on the rulemaking being complete and going through Jellicar and how that would line up with, you know, by the time that's done, would there be time for the committee to work on it as a retained bill? So, yeah, I agree. I'd suggest letting that go forward. And if, you know, people aren't satisfied with what they do, then a new bill could be brought in. And I agree, it should go to criminal justice in that case. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My only concern is if we do ITL this, then we're basically ruling out using this language or something very much like it in a new bill next year if it's discovered by administrative rules that RSA is needed. So I'll put that forward.
A valid point, but I would say that since the title is no longer relevant and the concerns are related to issues other than what police standards and training does, any new bill would not be considered identical by any means.
You think just because the fact that the title is inconsistent, that would allow the language of the actual bill to be able to go forward?
Well, I think that it was the sections that the Senate took out that need consideration, not what's in the police standards and training so much. And so, yes, I think if there's a question about a bill being identical, I'll certainly support bringing it in because this is not what was originally brought in, for sure.
Thank you. Yes, I certainly agree that the title and the amended analysis do not agree with the language that's currently there. Like I said, my concern is that we are putting that language for police standards and training in jeopardy if we kill this.
I don't believe that would be the case.
Thank you.
Speaker's office anyway.
Yes, we'll make sure to mention that. Representative Fellows?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Having worked for the state for 30 years, I know that situations can develop in any state agency. People can walk into an agency and they're having a mental crisis or they're just angry about something, and that maybe it might be worth considering that all state employees or state employees from many different agencies could benefit from de-escalation and techniques for dealing with people that are just being difficult or having a mental crisis. And so I think this is an important area of concern, but that kind of training and to get it to everybody who could benefit from it isn't really an issue that needs to be in statute. It could be in rules, but maybe it's just more important to talk to the governor about funding that kind of training and making it available to many state workers.
Thank you. Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to address Representative Schuett's concerns about this language if we ITL it coming back. This language passed the Senate, so it could come back through the Senate side. Had no problem.
Representative Groda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the intent of this bill and this language is based on the governor's council, the LEAC Commission. And I think what Representative Schultz was referring to are there are employees within the Recreation and Natural Resource and Recreation Commission that fall under this. It's meant to cover these individuals that are not part of the police academy, police training now. So there are a few individuals in that service, in that commission, that are state employees. And I think the intent was to include them and also to make sure, as I said earlier, that the training that the police academy gives, although includes some of this training now, makes the training more specific. And since I believe all this is going to be part of rules, as you confirmed, I will support either motion that the committee makes to either retain or ITL. I think that if it's covered in rules, it will be done. We'll just make sure it's going to be done.
I will mention that people like park rangers and so forth are in fact considered law enforcement, and they do go through the police standards and training. Representative Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. A couple quick points to Representative Fellows. I think that's a good idea, but I think that's more of an human resources issue versus the de-escalation training for law enforcement, which is very specific and involves use of force and things like that. So it's a totally different matter. But I believe that this, rather than memorializing this in statute, this is definitely something more for rules. You know, the rules are meant to be changed and adjusted as times change and techniques change, and necessarily, but not necessarily in statute for all time to be changed and changed again. So I think that the proper route is to ITL this, let the rulemaking process go forward, and should that not be adequate, then we can revisit a legislative solution. But right now, I think we should just go with the natural course, which would be the rulemaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on Senate Bill 114? All right, I don't see any hands. So the motion is ITL, made by Representative Lekes, seconded by Representative Pearson. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Roy,
Yes.
the clerk votes a cautious yes. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich
Yes.
is now in the room, by the way. Representative Lekes,
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Lansara,
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
and Representative Short,
Yes.
Representative Judy,
Oui.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
No.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Font, no.
Yes.
Representative Groda,
Yes.
Representative O'Brien,
No.
the chair.
Yes.
So it looks like 17-2.
Okay. Representative Schultz or O'Brien, do either of you object to consent? And if-
Madam Chair, I do not object to consent.
Okay, Representative Schultz, or will you be writing a minority report?
If I had objected, I would have said something. Sorry, I was across the room. I apologize.
Okay, so in that case, we'll put it in consent, and I will ask Representative Fleckus to mention that the topic that was deleted by the Senate and so was no longer relevant to this bill should be considered by the Criminal Justice Committee next year.
Okay, I'll do that.
Because it's not our, what they left us of this bill was not really worth considering. One thing I wanted to bring to the committee is that the Senate has so far amended one of our bills. It's House Bill 283, Wentworth Cheswell Day. They moved the one-day celebration from 2021 to 2022. And I'm going to recommend that the House concur with that. If there's any objections, let me know. But I think we will just go with that.
Madam Chair, if I may. Hello?
Yes, Representative Sheila?
Yes, I did, I was present, or I don't know, attending remotely the Senate executive session on that bill. And the chair of the Senate committee graciously drafted the amendment to enable the celebrations to go forward next year. So I wholeheartedly agree and hope that the rest of the committee agrees to concur. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Representative Saita?
I think this guy Cheswell, I think he needs more play, but that's going to be another topic for another day.
Well, as I told Representative Cahill when he was emailing me about it, the town of Newmarket is free not only to have their annual celebration of Mr. Cheswell, they're also free to petition the governor every single year for such an announcement. And one thing this committee has found is that if your organization is getting together and petitioning the governor every year, you remain more involved than if you get it put into statute and everybody in the interest fades out.
You know, the 1st of May was National Rhinoceros Day.
No, I did not know that.
It was true.
The 1st of May was National Rhinoceros Day.
And
Horns up,
May the 4th be with you is Star Wars Day.
Even better. Okay, we will enjoy Star Wars Day. May the force be with us all.
Thank you. You as well.
Also, Representative Sytek, WMUR did in fact announce the changes that the Senate made to the bill on a news broadcast.
Thank you.
Okay, he's getting plenty of attention. I'm glad to hear that.
Yes.
I think it's.
I think he should be, this is certainly somebody that is a statewide hero and not just limited to a town. So I tend to agree with Representative Sytek that in the future, I'd like to see Mr. Cheswell taught more and learned about more because he certainly had an amazing life.
Very true. All right. Moving right along. On Senate Bill 42, Representative Allegro, you have a motion.
Yes, I move to amend Senate Bill 42 as described in Amendment 1281H.
Okay. This one was sent out this morning. You hadn't seen it previously. Is there a second?
Is that, can we get
Second.
a little sum up on that?
Yeah.
Is that the 1,000 versus? the
Yes,
500?
Representative, seconded by Representative Goley. And Mr. Representative Allegro, if you would speak to the amendment and explain it to those who may not have had a chance to thoroughly study.
To put it in context, Senate Bill 42 was aimed at expanding protections against conflict of interest. And it spoke in RSA 95:1, it extended that to services. And my recollection is that this committee, there was little disagreement about whether that was needed, but there was question about the levels of the dollar levels that were discussed or that were in the bill. The last time it was changed was back in the 1970s. The levels were $200 for both goods and services. So this amendment raises those levels. I'm sorry, back to the 70s, the dollar level was $200 for goods, and $200 in services was added later. And this amendment specifies for services a term of 1 year and raises the level of each goods and services from $200 to $1,000.
Thank you. Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Representative Allegro for bringing this amendment forward and addressing the concerns I had at the public hearing.
Very good. Representative Saitek.
We were given the assignment to check our towns to see what their policy was, and Salem has no policy apart from the RSA.
Thank you. Representative Roy.
Thank you. Maybe someone could point me in the right direction. Is public official defined somewhere else in the statute? I only have the amendment in front of me.
It's defined as a person holding a public office. And yes, this is in 95:1, which is the deals with public officers and employees.
So a public office would be an elected official versus an employed official?
Yes.
So this
Definitely
bill,
does not include employees.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I'll say that I spoke to my selectman as well. And she told me that, well, they don't really have a policy, but they try to keep it open and go out for bid on anything that involves the selectmen or other elected officials. So I think having a little more clarity doesn't hurt. All right, Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I collected information about 2 towns in my area. They both have about 2,000 people in their population, and both of them what they do is they have a set limit below which the department supervisor can make his own decisions. And one of the limits was $25,000. So in both cases, they really weren't paying any attention to this statute, and neither of them had any sort of policy to deal with this either. My personal opinion is that the municipalities or the entity should have a policy that is made public, but that's not for us to deal with. That would be something, I think it's mostly an issue for municipalities, and really somebody it's not for our committee. That would be for county and municipal to look into that. So I support the amendment because it makes it better than it is. It just doesn't, still doesn't address the problem.
Okay. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question in response to your call for questions. So the public official question that Representative Roy raised. So my question is, the police chief, the fire chief, the town manager and so forth, city manager, those are, I think those are public officials, but they are also town employees or city employees. But in most cases anyway, they are not elective. And so does that fit into the definition that we've been discussing?
I believe so. Yeah, I think so. RSA 95 talks about public officials barred from insurance dealings, barred from private dealings. It's in Title VI, which is public officers and employees. And I think it's
Just for reflection.
yeah,
Okay, thank you.
reasonable.
Thank you.
Representative Roy, you had another comment?
Yes, yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on that again. I am concerned that it doesn't address employees because some of the big decision makers who would make decisions on contracts and things of this nature aren't necessarily elected. And last term I had brought forth a bill because I discovered that many towns were doing contracts with heating oil and propane suppliers, whereby if the town agreed to their bid, they would give 10% off to all town employees on their home heating oil, which is so unethical. And I don't know if this is going to do anything to address that, but I really think that if we have the opportunity, we should make this as tight as possible. That's all.
One comment, if I may, on that.
Yes, Representative Blackus.
Yeah, we heard that bill last year in municipal and county, and that's actually the committee it would belong in, I think, rather than ours. I don't remember now exactly what happened to it, but you know, but I agree that it's an issue. The heating oil one I heard, that was ridiculous, but it wouldn't be for our committee, I don't think.
Yes, and I will mention that after the hearing, I was tasked with talking to municipal and county, and the chair and the vice chair both said there's no problem with Senate Bill 42 and it addresses a real concern. So I'm going to support the ought to pass motion.
With amendment.
With amendment, of course. Yes, thank you. Any other comments, concerns, questions? Not seeing any. The clerk will call the roll on the amendment 1281H.
Representative Roy,
Yes.
I think I heard a yes. Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Lenzara,
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso,
Yes.
Representative Gold,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Judy,
Oui.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Fontenot,
Yes.
Representative Groda,
Yes.
Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
the chair.
Yes.
The amendment is adopted 19-0.
Representative Allegro?
I move that we vote ought to pass as amended on SB 42.
Second.
All right.
The usual
Allegro,
suspects.
seconded by Dolly on what to pass with amendment. Representative Allegro, if you wish to speak to that.
I don't think it's necessary to add anything. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Dolly.
I think we've said enough.
All right, is there anyone else who disagrees with Representative Dolly and wishes to speak further? Seeing none, the motion is ought to pass with amendment. And the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Roy,
Yeah.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Lanzara,
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Judy,
Oui.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Fontenot,
Yes.
Representative Groda,
Yes.
Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
the chair,
Yes.
it is 19-0.
Any objection to consent?
Madam Chair, I believe Representative Fontenot voted without having his camera on, and that makes his vote questionable under our rules. So if
If you would visualize
There he
yourself
is.
for us, there he is. Okay.
Yes.
He's voting yes again. All right. Thank you, Representative Schmidt, for keeping us on track.
you're welcome.
Down. All right. Senate Bill 57. And Representative Lekas, you have a motion.
I may have the numbers wrong. This one was, okay. Yes, okay, this is the, my motion is ought to pass.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Right, Representative Lekas, do you care to speak to your motion?
I do, thank you. This is the bill that permitted pharmacy technicians to remotely do certain administrative type operations related to handling prescriptions. And we heard from the representative from PillPack, which is has been doing that for a while under the emergency orders, and it just expands it so pharmacy technicians can do what are essentially administrative work. And I don't see any reason why they shouldn't be able to do that. They're under the supervision of licensed pharmacists, and they don't actually handle the drugs themselves doing this. So I think we should vote this ought to pass and make it easier for businesses to provide people with their meds at a reasonable, a little better price anyway. Thank you.
Representative Groda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill facilitates the continuation of remote work by these technicians and has been supported by the Board of Pharmacy. I think it's fine.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to comment? Right, seeing none. The motion is ought to pass by Representative Blackus, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Roy,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich,
Yes.
Representative Lekas,
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Lanzara,
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso,
Yes.
Representative Goldie,
Yes.
Representative Schuitt,
I'm not confident that it will positively affect drug prices, but hopefully expedite. I vote yes.
Representative Judy,
Oui.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Fontenot,
Yes.
Representative Groda,
Yes.
Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes. And even if all it does is make better working conditions for a few people, I'm in favor.
Agree.
19-0. Madam Chair.
Okay, 19-0. Does anyone object to consent? Seeing none. All right. That's the easy part. Okay. And I move ought to pass on Senate Bill 133. And we will be going through section by section to develop an amendment that is no doubt going to be needed.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, are you asking us to vote on the entire bill?
No, no, we're going to be you have to have an ought to pass motion in order to consider amendments. And I am making that motion.
I just have a question. maybe I misunderstood. I thought we were going to take up 106.
We've already done 106. I was just holding on to it and not moving it forward, but we voted already.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No biggie.
I'll second.
Thank you. All right.
Can I just ask a question? How logistically, I don't understand how this works. If we vote to, let's say we vote ought to pass on House Bill 133, then how is it that our amendments are going to be considered? Or are we going to have this as part of the discussion?
Okay, we are going to consider each section separately and take what is probably a straw poll, but a vote of the full committee on each section, whether to ought to pass, in which case we'll leave it in the bill, ought to pass with amendment, in which case we will have the words we want, even if it is not an official amendment, or ITL, in which case we will remove it from 133. We will get as far into the bill as we can today. Smarling will be stitching all the pieces together to make a complete amendment. If we get through every section, then we will have a final amendment that we will be able to vote on next time we meet. And, but we will not vote on the entire bill today because we don't have a finished amendment. Is that clear?
It is. I'm new to this, but is this standard procedure?
No, standard procedure, you have one topic on a bill.
Right, we don't do omnibus.
We don't do omnibuses very often. It's similar to what the Finance Committee does on House Bill 2. But no, it's not standard procedure. We're working it out as we go because we normally do not get omnibuses of this extent.
Okay.
There we go. Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I request a 5-minute bathroom break before we start on this? I assume it will take a little while.
Sure, we will resume at 11:30. And I intend to take a lunch break because I have a meeting with the speaker at 12:30. So we will break from 12:30 to 1:30. I expect the first few sections we take up will be the ones that had unanimous recommendations in subcommittee. So they should be easy.
Madam Chair,
Representative Goley.
just briefly, because maybe with your meeting with the speaker, unless you already have an answer, this could be addressed as to majority and minority reports on this bill, where there's 13 parts. There could be numerous minority reports on different sections. I'm just wondering how they're going to address that in the calendar, and
I'll bring it up, but without any recommendation, I would say there would be one minority report, which would, for example, which would have a different amendment addressing different sections, which would address the different sections. I'll confirm that, but I think there's only one minority report allowed.
okay, because I mean, there's 13 sections to this bill. There could be 3 different sections that 3 individuals are opposed to, who would want a minority report just on that section, and that's just my concern.
Well, I'll manage the minority reports from the Republicans. You can manage the minority reports from the Democrats.
Okay.
Representative Roy, you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. Just to be clear, today is kind of a hybrid. It's a work session / executive. And I need to, we're not going to take any official votes today as we have no official amendments. Is that correct? Because I have to bug out about 1:45 to pick up my son for his driver's test today.
Well, I certainly hope that we will be through with all the important controversial amendments by then, but one never knows.
And I apologize, but it was scheduled quite a while ago, so.
That's fine. We'll do what we can.
Yeah, I'll also need to leave a little after 11:30. I'll be back, but I'll be able to be on in the car. I've got to take my wife to a medical thing, and I'll have to wait outside anyway. So,
Are we doing amendment, voting each amendment one at a time here? Or is this just all scroll today?
we don't have any official amendments on any of the sections. So you could call it a straw poll if you like.
Okay, so I'm not going to be writing up,
It would be a good idea to keep track of the votes.
keep track of the votes. So, okay,
You need to have paper I've got.
I do have a pen.
Okay.
So,
All right, 5-minute break. Resuming at 11:30.
This is, get in touch with her. There you go. I know.
We're getting in touch with them.
We're gonna have to, coordinate this better with the rest of the Republicans as to the chart ties.
Yeah.
Pam, can you mute the room?
back. All right, on.
Nice couch.
Yeah, that's Representative Shields. Okay. Representative Yakubovich on section 1. What's your motion? What's the pass?
Okay. Motion not to pass in section 1.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Madam Chair, for clarification, could we at least call out the title for each section?
Sure. Section 1 is regarding licensing places of assembly.
And we have a second. I just want to make
Yes,
sure.
Representative Santo Nastaso seconded.
Okay, I will vote in favor of this amendment. I mean, of this part of this section of House Bill 133, as it was supported by the fire marshal.
Thank you. Representative Yakubovich, do you care to speak to your motion?
Allows for different agencies to.
I can't hear.
I'm looking for the microphone.
Yeah, grab one.
Yeah. Yeah. You guys need one. I'll be back. I'll take this one.
Yeah, places of assembly can be allowed now by more state agencies and municipal agencies. So I like this section. Thank you.
Representative Santo Nastaso, do you care to speak to your second?
No comments.
Does anyone else wish to speak to section 1? Representative Fellows?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Okay. Excellent. In that case, the motion is not to pass section 1, and the clerk will call the roll on this straw poll, so to speak.
Hope I have enough papers. Okay. Ought to pass section 1. This is not something I've ever done before. Ought to pass section 1, SB 133. Okay, Representative Roy.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lazara.
Yes.
Representative Santo Nastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett. Is she
I
back?
can't see her. She's not, you can't see her.
Okay, well then we'll, she
We'll
can't
come
vote.
back. Representative Judy. That a we?
Yes, we.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz. Representative Schultz. We'll come back. Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative no.
Yes.
Representative Groda. Representative Groda, you're there somewhere.
She wasn't it?
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
Normally we don't go back over, but because of the bump in the road here, let's do that. I'll check with Representative Schuett. Are you back yet?
No.
Not yet. Representative Schultz? No. Representative Groda? Okay. The chair,
Yes.
looks like 16-0.
All right, and since Representative Broad already expressed her her support, section 1 will remain in any amendment that we have. All right. On section 3, Representative Yakubovich.
I make a motion of
No,
autumn.
section 3.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're not going to-
Yeah, okay.
We're going mostly in.
Board of Nursing.
Yes.
I make a motion of ought to pass of section 3.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second. Fellows.
Okay, this is regarding the relative to hearings of the New Hampshire Board of Nursing. Care to speak to your motion, Representative?
Yes. This allows public members to be on the same level as everybody else who is appointed to the board, and I welcome that.
Representative Fellows, do you wish to speak to your second?
Just to add that it lets them be the chair, which really doesn't give them any great privilege, more just of a responsibility to keep the meeting moving along in proper format.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak on section 3? Right, seeing none, the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Roy. No
Yes.
answer? Oh, yes, okay, great, thank you. The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson?
Yes.
You have Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santo Nastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Shuit. It's apparently not returned. Representative Judy.
We.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz. Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Rhoda. Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
The chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Representative Groda lost her internet connection, so she's going to try phoning in as soon as she can.
Okay, thank you. And that vote was Representative
16-0.
16-0. Okay.
Um,
Representative Groda is trying to reconnect, and Representative Shuit and Schultz appear to have gotten lost. All right, so part 4, relative to membership of the Professional Standards Board. Yakubovich,
That's right. I make a motion to ITL, part 4.
okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right. Would you care to speak to your motion?
Sure. This seems to restrict the composition of the board, of the school board, and more importantly, in the other part of it, what they're trying to do is to lift the term limits, because previously only 2 full terms could be served, but now they're changing it to 2 consecutive terms, and I don't see that we should do that.
All right. Representative Allegro, do you wish to speak to your second?
Nothing to add. Thank you.
All right. Does anyone else wish to speak to section 4? Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I worked at the Department of Education, so I know, I've never worked with this particular board, but I know about it. And the changes seem reasonable, but I think we didn't really find out why they want to do them. And I totally understand the part about consecutive, because that opens it up for somebody to serve 2 consecutive terms, take a part of the, few years off and come back again. That makes sense to me. I don't particularly know why they want to specify how many representatives from higher education and how many from K-12. And I sent an email to the committee staff person for the 2 sponsors in the Senate and asking for some more information, and I didn't hear anything back. I don't know if they don't have anything to add, or maybe they are just too busy, because it's only been a few working days. So I really don't have any opinion one way or the other.
Okay, thank you. Representative Allegro?
I would just add to that, that's a good point, but unfortunately, if they're not responsive, I don't think there's anything we can do at the present time.
Does anyone else wish to speak on part 4? There's Representative Schuett back. Good. And Representative Schultz. Excellent. Anyone else on part 4? Seeing none, the motion is ITL to remove this section from the bill. And the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santo Anastaso.
Yes.
Representative Dolly.
No.
Representative Schoen.
No.
Representative Judy.
No.
Representative Schmidt.
No.
Representative Schultz.
No.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Yes. Representative Funk, no.
No.
Representative Groda.
She's not among the participants I just checked, so I don't think she's with us here.
Representative O'Brien.
No.
And the chair.
Yes.
Okay, let's see. I'm going to count this one. 2, 4, 6, 7.
Question of the chair.
Yes. Representative
So-
Lopez.
So Representative Grota is not going to be able to vote by telephone, if I understand correctly.
That would be unless her phone has a camera, which, for example, Representative Lekis's does. He's on, and Representative Santo Anastasio's.
That
And
is correct.
Representative Yakubovich. So if she calls in on a phone with a camera, we'll be delighted to have her vote.
Right,
She's
no.
through the Zoom app on her
Right,
phone.
right.
As these are unofficial votes, as a straw poll, should it matter or am I off base then?
It, as a matter of protocol, I think we should ask that she give us her photo, but she's still not there, so it doesn't matter on this particular one. What was the vote, Representative?
11-7.
11-7. All right, well, that one was surprisingly controversial. Okay,
It is a straw poll.
yeah, well, we may take this up again on a later date. Represented on section 5, which is the audiology and speech language pathology compact, the occupational therapy licensure compact. That one is Representative Roy. That went to your subcommittee. So do you have a motion?
I do. I move ought to pass with an amendment.
Second.
Okay. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
I do. Thank you.
Please, let's talk about the amendment, please.
Okay.
And Schultz.
Yes.
The amendment was sent to us after hearing the bill. The subcommittee had concerns about the cost of the membership in the compact, and that it didn't somehow trickle back to the general fund. So OPLC agreed to language that they submitted to us that would put them on the hook for any expenses incurred by the compact, and the subcommittee agreed with that. There's also going to need to be an amendment for a drafting error where we decide which section of the law that this goes into. OPLC would like it to be in the in the speech pathology section of the law versus into a general section on compacts. I tended to agree, and so did the subcommittee. But we leave that to the whole committee to decide because that's kind of a policy issue going forward with these compacts.
Representative Schultz?
Yes, he said it very well. And I'll just add that I do think it made sense the way that the gentleman from OPLC explained it, is that people in the various professions are used to looking at the section of the licensing or certification laws that pertain to their career and their license or certification particularly. And so that makes sense then to keep it in the audiology and speech pathology section of the law. And that sounds like a good point. And maybe that then needs to be added to other professions.
Thank you. And I would like to say that I agree with that point, that the fact that the compact belongs in or immediately adjacent to the Practice Act for the profession, because that's where it's going to be relevant.
We do not have an official amendment.
We do, of course not. No, there's no such amendment. Representative Pearson, you have a question or a comment?
Yeah, I have some language that I'd like to bring forward for this for part 5 as well.
Okay, Pete.
It's on part 5, 8B1, and I'll read it to you so you don't have to look it up. This is quite simple. It talks about each member state shall have 2 delegates selected by the member state licensing board. The delegates shall be current members of the licensing board. 1 shall be an audiologist and 1 shall be a speech language pathologist. A concern that was brought forward from that commission, from the chairman of that commission, was that they have a hard time finding folks. So his request was just to add the sentence, if there be no one from the state licensing board who can fill either or both positions, the board may select as needed a New Hampshire licensed audiologist or speech language pathologist to represent it. And that was just due to the fact that they're having a hard time finding folks to fill positions. So it doesn't really, there's no change of intent in any way. It just gives them a little bit of an ability to go beyond the rigidness of the requirement if they can find no one to fill it.
Okay. Right, Representative Goldie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just still have some issues with these compacts as they're going forward and as we continue to increase our participation in them and how it affects licensing fees here in the state of New Hampshire. As we get more people involved into these compacts and moving around from state to state, I'm not sure how it's going to affect the revenue raised by OPLC as there are out-of-state licensees participating in the New Hampshire workforce. And that is my concern. I understand Representative Roy's movement with an amendment saying OPLC will absorb the costs, but those costs will also be absorbed by New Hampshire licensees for those folks in the compact. I would really like to see it as those who are participants in the compact pay a little extra towards the fees to cover that added expense going forward. And like I said, I'm still a little lenient on jumping in feet first into these compacts without seeing the ramifications further on down the line. We've heard Board of Nursing already adding in the nursing compact, adding staff. And I think this is just going to grow on compacts as more states get involved, and it's going to be a bigger expense to these boards. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Schultz?
Oh, I didn't have my hand up, but I I have an opinion anyways, but go ahead.
Did you mean me by any chance?
Yes, I saw the hands of Representative Schuett and Roy, but Representative Pearson got in ahead of Representative Schultz, who made the second, so I was calling on her first.
Oh, thank you. That's okay. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do agree with putting the bulk of the compact material in with the specific profession, but I'm wondering if there should be a cross-reference to it in a compact section of RSAs, or perhaps just a spot on the OPLC website that lists the various professions that are enclosed in compacts, if that would be something worth doing.
Okay.
Statute.
I believe that each board, each profession, each board has their own page on the OPLC website, and the ones that I've seen with compacts do mention them.
In order to, for example, we were looking at, for examples of compacts and so forth. You have to look at each of the 55 boards to see if they are in fact in compacts. And I was thinking, like I said, perhaps just a simple listing of those professions that are involved in compacts. It could possibly influence someone if they are someone who travels between states involved in a profession, to see if the profession that they are active in is involved in a compact easily.
Actually, Representative Schuett, I kind of disagree. If you're traveling between states in any particular profession, you're going to look up that profession. The only people that will be helped by looking at a list of professions with compacts is us, because everybody else is going to go profession by profession. You know, the audiologists don't care if the nurses have a compact because it doesn't involve them in the least.
Well, all right. My thought was that, for example, we've been trying to craft these so that they are similar to the laws pertaining to the compacts.
Well, like I said, it would certainly help us, but I can't see that it would help most other people.
All right, thank you.
Representative Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple quick points with regard to first Representative Pearson's suggested language. I'm only concerned because it wasn't brought to the subcommittee, so we didn't really get a chance to hear that or hear if it would in any way impact the compact. I know the language has to be very specific as dictated by the terms of the compact. So I would just want to make sure that that didn't run afoul of that anyway. And if it doesn't, then I'm fine with it. Secondly, to Representative Goley's point regarding the cost, we heard testimony, and I can't point you if it's in the statute or in the rules or the rules of the compact itself, but a fee is assessed to any out-of-state person who applies for a license under the compact, so that the OPLC does get revenue from out-of-state people to cover what they would have got if it was if they were handling, for example, a normal New Hampshire licensee.
Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the response from Representative Roy, but I believe when I had asked that question, it was explained there was something they could possibly do, that they weren't doing it for all these boards. And that's my concern. And my concern is, how do you track who's coming in state on a compact license and who's not? I'm not sure they can really do that. And I'd like to hear more from OPLC on that. Thank you.
All right, that is a reasonable question. If no one on the committee objects, I will ask Mr. Broderick from the OPLC to address this concern. And I should say Representative Broda is with us with photo. Mr. Broderick, can you speak to us?
I am, yes, and thank you, Madam Chair. So I believe I'd have to pull up each one. These two compacts allow the OPLC or allow the boards to assess for out of state, like someone coming in from out of state that's there on a compact privilege, we can assess them a fee. It doesn't say, it isn't automatic. We will need to come up with rules for that fee. So for these two compacts, we can recoup that cost. I'd have to find the exact spot in there if you want that, but I know that exists in these two. The PT, we already belong to the physical therapy board compact. That has that same provision, and I believe we're charging $100 for the privilege to practice here in New Hampshire. So we're recouping money from them. The other compacts I would have to check. I think one or two of the earlier compacts that the state has already joined, there was not a provision for that. But I would have to double check that. And I just got a message, I misspoke. It's not $100, we're charging $65 for the privilege to practice for physical therapists.
And I believe the price for a license for a physical therapist is $110 for 2 years.
Correct.
So it's not out of line. Representative Golden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a question for Mr. Broderick as to how they track these individuals. I know under the nursing compact, we have travel nurses coming through the state on a daily basis, taking jobs for 3 months, 4 months, 6 months. Are they required to register with the board so that they know that they're here, or are they just coming in, working, and then leaving?
The nursing compact works a little bit differently than these two compacts in front of you now. And I'm not super well versed in it, but I think the nursing compact is a bit different. That if they're in another state and they get a compact license, they can then go to any state. I'm not sure for nursing whether we get notified whether they come into the state or not. For these two compacts in front of you now, they do. So to work in New Hampshire, you need a privilege to practice in New Hampshire, which so we will have a list of everyone who's working in New Hampshire under these two compacts.
Follow up.
Follow up.
Was the nursing compact originally structured like these ones are currently? My concern is that these compacts could go the same way as the nursing one and we lose track of these folks.
I don't believe so. I think the nursing compact was always drafted that way. I think it was one of the first. I think it was the first compact, the occupational licensing compact New Hampshire joined, and it has not. I don't believe it's been amended in that manner. For it to be changed, it would the statute would have had to have been amended, so it would have come through your committee. I believe it was only amended once. I'd have to double check.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I was told that these compacts are based on the physical therapy compact, which is considerably newer than the nursing compact. Representative Roy.
Thank you. And I believe the testimony we heard, or I heard in one of the other subcommittees, was that with regard to the nurses, they don't just kind of parachute into the state and work and leave. They have to practice underneath a hospital or a licensee organization in order to practice. And in order for them to do that, they have to get a compact license. So that I believe they are tracked. And because they can't practice on their own with a compact license, they have to be, I guess, sponsored would be the word. They can't work on their own. They have to work underneath a higher licensee. So that's how that's tracked, I believe. And as they said, this one's totally different anyway, because it's tracked on a different level.
Anyone else have a comment, question? Thank you, Mr. Broderick, for that information.
Madam Chairman, can I just ask if Representative Pearson has his language in writing that he could provide to me or to
I
anyone?
believe that's from the chair of HHS, and he sent it to me as well, and I forwarded it to the entire committee. So it may be easier if he forwards it again.
I would love to send it to you, Pam.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent.
So I'd like to have a short discussion on the question of whether the language belongs in the Practice Act for these professions or in a separate section. And I will recommend that we go with putting it in the Practice Act. And I'd like to hear any concerns or opposition to that. Representative Fellows.
Yes, I'm just wondering if you could explain what that means.
This was found at a typo. Adopting the compact was put in two separate places, one into a new statute and one into the current statute that defines what audiologists and hearing care and speech language pathologists do and their regulation. And that's so that we would want to remove one or the other of them, since they are duplicates. And the question is which one? And I'm suggesting that we remove it from the section on the compact. Representative Pearson.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. The concern, of course, is, for someone that's not familiar with New Hampshire necessarily coming in, it would make sense to keep things all together, because we don't want to send them on a choose your own adventure book here to try to figure out everything that they're supposed to be doing. This really should be all together, so that it makes sense to keep it together and not have them try to navigate the RSAs to simply figure out what they need to do to work. So
Yes. That's it. All right. So I agree. Anyone else? All right, then we are. So then the question of the amendment brought in by Representative Pearson, is that actually an amendment to the compact itself, or is it the statutes around the compact?
that's a good question. I'm not entirely sure, but here's my concern with this, and this is a concern that I'm overall not a big fan of compacts, but and here's an example as to why. Without this, if the state's board for audiologists can't find anybody willing to do this, we now are in a compact where we have a seat at the table and there's no one in the seat. So, that's even, depending on your opinion of the control that you give up in a compact, now having a seat that's empty further makes that worse. Now you're at the whim of something you're not even part of. So all this does is it gives them the ability to fill the chair if they can't find somebody. That's all that does. And without that, this was brought forward by Health and Human Services because they have a legitimate problem filling things in this world. This is a relatively small community. So as far as what that affects, I don't know statutorily where it has to wiggle in there per se. I mean, it came over as being in Part 5, 8B1 as an add-on sentence, but that the intent of that is really, I'm just trying to explain the intent here with this. And if it has to go somewhere else, it would be news to
B1,
me.
okay, that is in fact part of the compact. So
Okay.
that's, I think that that we need to, that we can't amend the compact
So we put it somewhere
So
else.
we could say that if, yes, I was thinking, Ms. Sparling, if we did it, could we put something in the language around the compact where we said that if the board is unable to get people to serve on the compact commission, they shall appoint additional board members as necessary to fill those seats? That would work.
It seems like you could put something like that in the audiology or speech language pathology practice act, but certainly Mr. Broderick is here also he could weigh in.
This would give the board the ability to appoint someone that is not on the board.
Right.
When they can't.
Right.
find someone willing to do
Right,
it.
but on the other hand, if the compact specifies that they be board members,
Right.
well, I don't understand why they don't have people on board willing to serve. Is it they just can't get people to serve on the board?
I can't answer
Can't
that.
answer that
That's a health
question.
and human services question. Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
Mr. Broderick, do you have any information for us on this issue?
Sure. I may be able to provide something. So I think here at OPLC, I don't think we've had any trouble having board members or commissioners serve as a member of the compact commission. So we haven't seen that issue here. As far as where the language should be added, so my understanding is that for compacts to work, each state needs to enact substantively the same language. I am not sure whether this would basically invalidate New Hampshire being able to join these compacts or not. I can email the drafters of the compact language right now and see if I can get back from them.
Okay. Representative Broda, you wish to speak to us?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Could we make it a contingency of the compact that if we don't have anyone that wants to sit on at the table or be on the board, then we won't enter into it?
That's an interesting idea.
After all, if we don't have somebody who wants to take responsibility for it, then there can't be that much of a need.
Does that not in essence allow a board to protest themselves out of a compact by simply refusing to put someone at the that kind of negates what statute is saying.
Yeah, once we join the compact, if they can't fill seats, that doesn't pull us out of the compact. That would require a separate statutory action.
No, I'm sorry. What I meant was if we don't have someone who's willing to be part of, if we know ahead of time, one of the commitments of joining this compact would be, and I think that this should be with all compacts, that in statute, one of the requirements to participate in the contract or to join the compact is to be assured that we have people who want to participate in its structure.
Interesting point. Representative Schuett.
Yes, I guess my point is sort of aligned with Representative Grota's. My was that in order to qualify as a board member on the board in state, it should be stated, are you able to fulfill this sort of commitment before you would put yourself forward as a nominee for a board member?
Interesting. Representative Roy?
I guess the problem is we might be looking for a solution in search of a problem. If they don't have the board members now, they wouldn't be trying to put forth the compact. And there's no way we can guarantee somebody in perpetuity is going to be willing to serve on the compact. So the fact that saying that we need someone to serve in order to be part of the compact, first of all, I don't even think that language would fly by the getting into the compact. And second of all, it still would require legislative action to get us out of the compact. So I think we might be getting a little far afield into this.
Yeah, if I can speak. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, and the other thing is putting a requirement in something like somebody before they get appointed to a board has to agree they can serve. I mean, that's a nice idea, but it's not, nothing like that's enforceable. Somebody is going to be appointed to a position and accepts it. Presumably they're going to try and do it, but again, you can't enforce it. And I don't think we can put something in to cause this to happen conditionally. Either we decide to do it or we don't, is my understanding. Thanks.
Okay. Representative Groda?
Thank you. It's enforceable if we put it into the statute. So it is what it is, and what we're doing right now is we're setting policy. And if we don't, and so I just think that should be part of the policy. So enforceable if we put it in the statute.
Okay, Representative Lakis?
Yeah, by not enforceable, I mean, if somebody says they're going to be available and they're appointed to a board and then they don't show up, I mean, are we going to fine them as a misdemeanor? Well, how would we enforce it? You can put things in statute, but if there's not a penalty, it's meaningless.
Right. Representative Schultz?
Yes, Madam Chair. I don't know that this is a problem that needs to be fixed, echoing a previous statement. I don't know that we even need to worry about it at this point. I mean, I think we're trying to create a problem and then fix it, as far as I'm concerned. And I think the way that it would be in the statutes for this profession, or technically it's more than one profession, but one section of the law, I think makes total sense. I think the bigger issues around compacts maybe is a bigger worthwhile discussion, but much of the issues that are being raised, I don't know that they're even problems yet. I think having a bigger conversation on compacts is maybe something we should do, but I'm supportive of it if the profession asks for the compact, which in this case they are, and as far as I know, there wasn't any opposition to it in this case. In another part of the bill, where we'll get to a section where there's a lot of disagreement between one section of the profession and another section of the profession, and I think maybe those are instances where we shouldn't have a compact. But in this case, it seems to be unanimous.
Good point. Representative Roy?
Thank you. Just again, as far as the board memberships and stuff, I'm not even sure that that's germane and before us, because I mean, what are we going to do? Amend so that every single board, we'd have to amend how many statutes to put that in there, that they were required to serve on compacts and such. I think we're just getting really far, like I said, afield on this one.
All right.
Circles back around.
Circling back around.
Just a reminder that all this sentence does is that it says that if they can't find someone to sit on the board, that they can go, or not on the board on the compact, that they can go beyond their board of directors to appoint someone. This just enables them to fill the seat, and that's it. Period. There's no other anything else with it. That's all that it's saying. And like I said, it was brought forth by Health and Human Services because they are understanding that this is a problem that they are going to potentially have. So
okay,
it doesn't restrict anything else in any way.
Mr. Broderick, do you have an answer for us?
I do, thank you. I heard back from the gentleman at the Council of State Governments that they're the group that put this compact together, and they generally they've created all the compacts, I believe. And he is under the opinion that this would invalidate New Hampshire's ability to join, that it is a material change to the terms of the compact.
All right, thank you. That's
so I could hardly hear him.
he's saying that that change would invalidate the
So
compact.
no bueno.
No point of yes, Representative Mr. Broderick, is that
and I did just hear that and I'd have to find this in the statutory language in front of you, but the compact commission that's put together of these joining may be able to draft up rules saying who could be appointed if there is no board member available.
okay? Thank you. That would take care of the issue if it's more useful to take care of it if it arises. Representative Sitek.
Boy, this sounds like federalism and states' rights all over again. I'm seeing red here, that this compact is unwilling to make such a reasonable kind of accommodation. I sure hope they could, that's, you know, this is not a major change. It's a reasonable thing. And all right, I've had my tantrum.
Okay, Representative Blackus, did you get your point made?
Yeah, Mr. Broderick mainly answered my question, and to Representative Sitek, as I understand it from the language, the process would be, I mean, they couldn't just answer that to him and agree to make the change. The commission that if we join, we'd be part of, would meet and would be able to set or change the rules. So they may very well be willing to make the accommodation, but there's a process they'd have to go through to do it.
Okay, thank you. Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to Representative Sitek's point, that's why I have issues with jumping in feet first into these compacts. I think we should wait and let them play out a little while longer before we get it. Thank you.
Okay. Interesting. Anyone else have something to add? Okay, so the motion is to adopt section 5 with the change that we delete this one of the duplicate sections on the compact language, namely the section that is not in the Speech Language Pathologists and Audiologists Practice Act. We add the amendment with the language that the board OPLC will cover any costs incurred in the compact. Ms. Marling, is that clear enough for you to draft the amendment?
Yes, I would only add that we'll also put the Occupational Therapy Compact Act into the Occupational Therapy Practice Act.
Okay, thank you. That would be consistent. All right. So does everyone understand what the recommendation is? Okay.
So the motion is to adopt section 5 with 3 amendments.
2. First took the OPLC language to cover costs.
And deleting a duplicate section. What about what Ms. Marling just said about, is that part of this?
That's part of the duplicate section, yes.
All right,
Yeah,
okay,
that's make sure that the compact language is included under the Practice Act for both professions.
And did Mr. Broderick have it? Mr. Representative Lekis said that it's not that the compact is opposed, it's that we have to go through the proper procedure, and we are, yeah, all right.
Yeah, that all right, Representative Schuett, you have a comment?
Question, Madam Chair. Are we about to vote on just the corrected language that the subcommittee is putting forward? Or are we in fact voting on accepting the entire section with that language?
Well, since it's not an official amendment, I think, yeah, well, let's do it in 2 passes. The first one is to correct the section by making those changes, namely the cost and the proper statutory organization. Okay. Everyone clear?
Yes, so Madam Chair, what you're saying is Representative Pearson's proposed language cannot be added.
It cannot be added directly because it would affect the compact, and we have heard that the compact, the writers of the compact think that's a material change.
Yeah, I'm withdrawing that.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure. I will be, yes, thank you.
All right. So on the amendment to 5, the clerk can call the roll.
Okay, so the analogous.
Dr. Keaton Nash.
Representative Schmidt, if you would mute yourself when you're taking calls, so we'd appreciate it. Or is that not a call? Oh, you did mute yourself. I'm sorry. I apologize. My mistake.
So the analogy to a regular bill is we'll
This is the
adopt the
amendment.
amendment, then we'll talk about the bill as with
Right,
amendment. Okay.
Right. So this is about whether we should make those changes to the section before deciding whether we're going to adopt it. So.
Okay,
call the roll.
all right. Representative Roy,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Short.
Yes.
Representative Judy. Representative Judy, are you there? We don't hear.
Yes,
from you.
he's waving his hands, but
Oh.
he's muted.
Okay, so we've got.
No, I say yes. We, monsieur.
Okay. Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Fontenot,
Yes.
Representative Groda,
Yes.
Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
So on the amendment to be drafted, it is 19.
All right. So we agree that's what we should do for this section. So Representative Roy then moves that we adopt this section as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Schmidt. Okay. Representative Roy, is there anything you need to say at this point?
No, I think we covered everything.
Okay, Representative Schmidt?
No, we're good to go.
May I go back to the amendment was moved by Roy and Schultz?
Correct.
Okay, just make sure.
Okay.
And this is Roy and Schmidt.
Right. And anyone else wish to speak? Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I did vote for the amendment. I think it made some needed changes to the bill itself. I will not support this going into the compact. I think we heard just one minor tweak to legislation that we want to make here in New Hampshire could nullify us in the compact. And that's one of the issues I have is we have to go by their rules and not our rules. And I have issues with the way these compacts are drafted up with some of the language in there. And I will just be brief. Some of the language that they're allowed to do: purchase and maintain insurance bonds, hire employees, accept or contract for services or personnel, including but not limited to employees of a member state, lease, purchase, accept appropriate gifts and donate or otherwise or own, and to sell, convey, mortgage, pledge, lease, exchange, abandon, otherwise dispose of any property, real, personal, or mixed. It gives a lot of authority there, and a lot of these words and things that they can do, I look at as dollar signs and are going to be costly. So I just am lenient about jumping in on these with these languages that it has a lot of terms that could cost money, and I'm going to vote no. Thank you.
Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be voting no also, taking a cue from what Representative Roy actually said originally, and Representative Sytek, that if this particular in-state board is not quite ready to commit to membership on the compact, it sounds as though perhaps we're not ready to jump into this specific compact. So I'll be voting no right now, hoping that if they care to do this in the future, maybe it could come back as a single bill rather than part of an omnibus.
Yes, Representative Sytek.
I guess If I vote, I'll vote for this on the strength that the nursing compact seems to have worked so well, even though I think this is a hard one to, when in doubt, do the right thing. And
All right. Thank you. There are a couple of other people who wish to speak, but I have to leave. So I'm going to recess this meeting until 1:30, and we will resume the debate. I hope everyone has a chance to polish their speeches and make them brief and convincing, because so we can finish this section. All right, we are in recess until 1:30.
Take that.
Until
1:30.
I have one concern, and this is, I know we're not in session, or, the committee's not in session right now, but one general concern about what the Senate has done is that, they get in a situation, if someone feels strongly enough opposed to some section that the committee as a whole votes to include, then they're put in a difficult position of either letting it go through by voting for the overall bill as amended, or voting against the whole bill. And if enough people feel that way, we could end up with the whole bill dead, even though the majority would approve at least some sections. So I don't really appreciate what the Senate's done to us with this, but nothing we can do about it at this point, I guess.
So there's no possibility for like a committee of conference? No, they'd have, wouldn't you?
There
They
Well, I mean-
passed one version, we passed another version, wouldn't that be?
Yeah, I mean, we as a committee, though, at this point, are either going to be able to, we can amend the bill and include whatever sections we do, but you might not have the same majority voting to accept the different sections. And when it comes to vote on the overall bill as amended, we can only, as individuals on the committee, we can either vote for or against, not to pass as amendments, whatever the committee has done. And, if there's something in the bill that some of us feel is completely unacceptable,
Well,
then it would make sense to vote against the whole bill, in which case it would go to the floor with well, then it'd be a mess. So I just
well,
don't, it's that my editorial comment that I really don't like the Senate doing this because it causes trouble.
well, the same thing happens when it goes to the floor. Some people would vote against it just because they didn't like one section too.
Right. But that's an argument, I think, against omnibus bills. So anyway, that's
What
my,
happened last year? That's what
Ask
happened.
Alicia. Just
Yeah.
ask Alicia. She'll tell you. I see her in the car there. Ask her. She'll square you away. Hi, Alicia.
she can't talk. I just dropped her off for a doctor's visit. So that's why
I'm sorry. Anyway, I see her waving her hand at me, which was my purpose in the first place. Anyway, of course,
The room, Peter, the room's going mute, okay? We're at lunch. You guys can talk amongst yourselves, but the room's gonna go mute, okay?
But
I'm
I'm gonna head
cool.
home.
I'm cool.
And you can get out of it without losing 600,000 men in the field of battle. So anyway, I just want you to know that.
Yeah, no, I spoke to several other people who gave me much the same information. All right.
I think
Are we unmuted?
I'll see to it. Yes, we are.
So we are on section 5, what to pass with these amendments.
Right. All right. They're not acting like they can hear me. All right.
We can hear you.
We can hear you, yep.
Okay, good. I will reconfirm that that there is in fact only one minority report. And so that would presumably have a different amendment. However, if on the floor a section was left in that a substantial number of people wish to delete, it would be quite straightforward to divide the question after the amendments adopted and kill that section or try to kill that section individually. Adding a new section by a floor amendment might be more difficult. Okay.
It would be more difficult.
I would say yes, it would be more difficult.
Not my would.
Okay. So resuming, we were discussing the question of whether section 5 should pass as with the amendment. Okay. And who wishes to speak at this point? Nobody? Okay. Must have been a lot of side conversations after I left.
Well, I haven't said anything yet, so if
Yes, Representative Schmidt, please.
if no one else wishes to speak, I will chime in with my 2 cents worth, and probably 3 or 4 cents for that matter, knowing me. But in any case, the reality is that we are already party to a number of compacts in the state. I think OPLC is involved in 4 or 5 of them, principally the nurse compact, and we're participating in a number of other compacts. One of the things that I think is central, and I have not discussed this with other members, other than I did have a conversation with Representative Goldie about the replica situation a couple of days ago, but I raised this point then, and I'll raise it now. That is that this committee, above all others, would certainly have heard of problems with compacts, or we would see bills to withdraw from compacts if that's what's required. In point of fact, we don't see anything like that, and I've been on the committee for 15 years. So I think if we were having problems with compacts, we would be parties to withdrawal from compacts if legislation were necessary, or we would certainly have seen objections on the part of any of the speech pathologists, occupational therapists, and audiologists. And Mr. Broderick told us that there had been no objections to the attempt to join the compacts in question. So I think that's very important that we are already a party to a number of compacts, a significant number of compacts, and we see mutual aid situations among firefighters, for example, so that if they are combating a situation in their own town, they call for mutual aid. Similarly, with the ice storm of several years ago, Eversource hired line crews from all over the area to come and help us out. So mutual aid is a very common phenomenon, and it's barn raising goes back centuries. So this is an attempt to provide additional resources to the citizens of our state, and so I will be supporting this portion of the bill.
All right, thank you, Representative. And you've inspired other people to speak as well. Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to ask the people that were on the subcommittee if they heard from any actual audiologists, practicing audiologists or speech pathologists, because I'm just wondering about their perspective. And I can't remember back to when we first heard that bill. I don't remember any testimony from either of those groups, but maybe I'm just forgetting it. So anyone has information about that, I'd appreciate it.
It's a good question. I will also mention that Mr. Broderick came back to me with an email saying that the boards do not object to this. In fact, they support the compact, and OPLC has never seen any difficulty in getting board members to serve on the compact. So the question, the amendment that was brought forward, it doesn't seem to be necessary because the board members have in practice been willing to step up to the compact board. But the question was that, Michael, oh, sorry, Representative Yakubovich, do you have an answer?
Sorry. I missed the question.
The question was, did you hear from any audiologists or anyone objecting to the compact in your work session?
That wasn't in our work session.
Correct, it was not.
Didn't they have
Representative, it's a question to Representative Roy. So
Exactly. He was the chair.
Representative Roy, would you, can you respond to that? He's got to be there. He had his hand raised.
Does not have his.
Okay.
Hello. Anyone on the subcommittee, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't recall any live testimony from any individual pathologist. However, I can speak for myself, and I'm sure other members have received emails from various people in the field that have said that they are in favor of this. I didn't get any against it. And I had my hand raised because I just want to address something earlier. Representative Goley's concern about the broad powers that these compacts seem to have granted themselves. And that's a legitimate concern, and was also a concern of mine with regard to getting into mortgages and hiring employees and purchasing and selling real property, which was why we insisted that any expense in the compact be borne by OPLC. Because that would be in statute, the compact would have no ability to bind us to any kind of an expense beyond what OPLC can afford. So I think we've covered our bases on that. And as Representative Schmidt said, there's other compacts that have been in existence for quite some time, and I have not heard of any of them trying to get into the real estate business. I think that us as states, someone very wise once said that, the states are where these type of experiments should be happening. I forgot the exact terminology. And not at the federal government level mandating, who's going to cooperate with whom. So I think this is the perfect thing for us to do. It's been done before. It uses synergies where one state comes up short and the taxpayers of that state aren't able to fill that. We can help and they can help us without putting additional burden on our taxpayers. I think it's just a good idea all around. And, if down the road we see that it's not working out well, we can repeal it just like we do any other statute. But right now, I have not heard anything negative about it other than hypotheses. So thank you.
Okay, Representative Saitek?
I just might want to mention that I spoke at lunch to a trusted advisor who echoed a lot of what Representative Schmidt said, and my concerns were put to rest.
Excellent. Representative Lekis?
Thank you. I agree. I was on the subcommittee. We didn't hear anything against it. We've got an email in support. The other thing is, the compact that we have the most experience with, I think, and the most people involved in it is the nursing one. And I was concerned about the same sort of things that Representative Goley was around. They seem to have expansive powers and borrowing money and all that sort of thing. The experience with the nursing one is that The cost of New Hampshire is something like $6,000 a year, and that's more than paid for by the small fee, which if I remember correctly is on the order of $15 or something, charged to each one of the people under that compact who are going to operate in New Hampshire. So there is the ability in the nursing one and also in the ones we have here to charge a fee to the people that want to practice in New Hampshire using the compact system to offset the cost. So that and the amendment we added, made me comfortable with what we're doing here. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Broderick?
Thank you. And I was just going to add it to Representative Fellows' question. I believe you did receive some written testimony and support from some of the associations. I'm going back through my email, and it's possible that only got sent to the Senate ED&A committee, not the House. I was CC'd on them. But to my knowledge, we've checked, as I mentioned before, with all the relevant associations. The New Hampshire OTA Association for Occupational Therapy, they're in support. The Speech Language Pathology Association is in support. In the, as I mentioned, the audiologists, there's actually at least two organizations that work with audiologists in the state. One is ASHA, and they're in support. The others is I think it's the New Hampshire Audiologist Association. They're neutral to in support. They're a very small organization. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's good to know. Any other comments, questions, or discussion? Okay, no hands up, no noises in the room. So
One final point
Yes,
that I might offer in, and that is, we certainly have heard from the speech pathologists with regards to music therapists. When they don't like something, they're not shy about letting us know. And so the fact that we have not heard anything negative about them, from them, I should say, suggests to me that they are comfortable with proceeding, if not interested in promoting it.
thank you for that note. Okay, the motion on the floor is ought to pass as amended on section 5, the adoption of the audiology and speech language pathology compact and the occupational therapy compact. And the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Roy,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson,
With some reluctance, yes.
Representative Jakubowicz,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Lanzara,
Yes.
Representative Santo Nastasso,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
No.
Representative Short,
With hope that I'm proven wrong, no.
understood. Representative Judy,
No.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Schultz, would you repeat that, please?
I don't believe she's on the call.
Okay.
don't see her.
Yeah, I don't see her picture.
Mm.
Okay, Representative Fellows,
I'm really can't quite decide which way to go, but I'll vote no.
that sounds like no. Representative Flunt, no.
Yes.
Representative Groda,
No.
Representative O'Brien,
No.
and the chair.
Yes.
Twelve ayes, 6 nays, and 1 non-voting.
Okay.
Could you please repeat the vote?
12-6.
Thank you.
I'm glad we took up the easy ones first. Okay, skipping over 6. Section 7, authority of OPLC for administration, rulemaking, and enforcement of investigations, hearings, and appeals. There is an amendment which you should all have gotten, and I will move that amendment. It doesn't have a number. It's a, who was that second? Thank you, Representative Dolly. It's
What section are you on?
7.
7.
Seven. Right,
7.
right. Trying to find that amendment.
It's right.
Okay. I'll speak to the amendment. What it does is that we added under the investigation, we said that when requested by the board, OPLC shall assign an investigator who may assist in the investigation, which makes it clear that the board has the authority and the initiative, and the investigator is essentially an employee. And we added under Roman 1, we added a new section 1A that these procedures, the sections, are supplementary and shall not supplant or supersede any procedures expressly set forth in any board's individual practice act. And that's to deal with the situation that some of the boards have very well-defined investigative procedures in their practice act. The Board of Medicine does, and the Board of Psychology does for sure, because I've worked on both of them. I believe there are others. On the other hand, many of the smaller boards don't have anything very specific. And so these provide a general policy on how to do investigations. So let's see. Moving right along, under Roman 4, the office or the boards, etc., may disclose information in it acquired in an investigation to law enforcement if it involves suspected criminal activity, rather than just share it with law enforcement, because we feel that it's only if it is criminal that law enforcement should be getting involved. Each board, under Roman 6, each board, council, or commission may dismiss a complaint if the allegations do not state a claim of professional conduct. So that if there's something that is not under the control of the board, they can eliminate it. It's not, I guess you're delivering something. Oh, okay. Oh, good.
Could you repeat that last one again? Where it is in?
It's Roman 6 in, let me see if I can find the line in the actual bill that it relates to.
Yeah, with page numbers are helpful because trying to follow the indents can get a little strange.
Okay, you're right. You're
Page
absolutely correct.
42.
Okay, this is on the bill as amended by the Senate. It's page 42, lines 33. Excuse me, lines 30 to 35.
And what was the change? Amendment?
The amendments,
Just
under
what it-
Roman 6, it says, instead of saying the board, it says each board, council, or commission may dismiss a complaint. It's fairly straightforward.
Thank you.
Okay. On the next page, Roman 4, we're deleting the first sentence, which says disciplinary proceedings shall be open to the public, because we're covering the right to know and openness further down where it's more appropriate. Roman 7, on line 33, also on page 43, we talk about non-remedial, non-disciplinary remedial actions. And upon making, line 35, upon making an affirmative finding, the amendment adds after notice and an opportunity for a hearing to ensure that it's not just an accusation. There is due process for the person. And on page 44, after line 6, which talks about the non-disciplinary remedial action, we add a new section 8, which says all proceedings for non-disciplinary remedial action shall be exempt from the provisions of 91A, except the board may disclose any final remedial action that affects the status of a license, including any non-disciplinary restrictions imposed. So that you might, whether it's supervision or limitation of practice or whatever, that could be public, but the reasons for the action are not. Okay. Right along. Down at the bottom of the page, line 31, technical change. It says the board may dispose of issues. It's the board, council, or commission may dispose of issues.
Roman 6 is deleted. Roman 6 deleted.
Yes, thank you. Roman 6 is deleted because it's covered up above under non-disciplinary sections. Right, thank you for citing. On.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
so we just need to make sure with Roman 6 deleted that Roman 7 is now moved to Roman 6.
yes, thank you. That is indeed a requirement.
Wow.
Thank you for your perfect point.
Yeah.
All right,
I feel upstaged.
Okay, on page 46, line 4, it talks about the board imposing sections. We corrected that to be sanctions. Also,
I think the Senate imposed sections on us here.
Yeah. Dump truck with it.
you're so correct. And I believe the rest of it is the section as the bill as sent to us. The basic intent of these was to clarify things and make sure that it was specific that the OPLC is not doing investigations that boards do not support. The boards have the initiative, they have the technical decision making. The OPLC is just there to help and provide administrative support, which is what we intend. And I support this amendment. Second was Representative Goldie. Do you wish to speak to it?
Thank you. I think you explained it very well. While I was not a member of the subcommittee, I sat in on the subcommittee and listened to it and actually gave some input. And some of these changes were recommendations that I had stated. And I think we make it clear that the boards still maintain the authority through the process. And that, like you stated, OPLC is there to assist. So I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you.
You made
Anyone
the
else?
motion. You made the motion.
I made the motion, yes. All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? The subcommittee agreed in concept unanimously. Representative Saitek.
Before we call the roll, did Ms. Smarling understand that we still need that further correction to Roman 6?
Just for the renumbering, you mean,
Yes,
Representative
yes.
Vitek? Yes, I think there could be a few issues, where renumbering is needed, and that absolutely will happen.
Okay, thank you. Just
Sure.
Thank you. This amendment is going to be a challenge to your editorial capabilities, no question about it.
Again, Madam Chair, just to
Yes,
clarify,
Representative Schiewit.
we are now voting just on the amendment for section 8, correct?
Section
No,
7.
we're at section 7.
I'm sorry, 7, sorry.
Section 8 has different issues. Other comments, questions, concerns?
And I'm sorry, section 7 has to do with the authority of the OPLC for rulemaking enforcement. Is that what we were just talking about?
Yep.
Okay, all right.
Questions, concerns, issues? Not seeing or hearing any. The clerk can call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santo Nastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui, monsieur.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz. Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Rhoda.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
Looks like 18 to nothing on the amendment.
Okay, in that case, I move on to pass with the amendment.
Second.
Don't wish to say anything, Representative Goley?
No, I think we've said it all.
All right. Further discussion, questions, comments? Seeing none, the clerk can call the roll on accepting section 7 as amended.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lansara.
Yes.
Representative Santo Nastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui, monsieur.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz. Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Rhoda.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
The familiar 18 to nothing.
All right. That section stay as amended.
May I ask Ms. Marling to bring down some more roll call sheets, please?
Oh, sure.
Sorry, he wasn't fully equipped to deal with an omnibus like this.
Actually, I
All
may
right,
have
so
some.
moving on to section 9, temporary licensure of certain licensed nursing assistants. Representative Yakubovich, I believe that's yours.
That is correct. Thank you. How about section 8?
Section 9.
8, no? Okay. We could also do 8. I think.
I have some issues.
Oh,
with
all right,
eight. I think
got it.
on that one.
Okay. Yes, so, who moved? Yeah, this is a good section. We had a few minor tweaks, I believe, in the subcommittee. And did I just see an amendment come in for that?
Okay, so if you would, so you're moving the amendment
I'm not sure.
and is there a second?
Oh, does anybody understand the amendment well enough?
You don't have a copy, it's on the desk.
Okay, so Representative Pearson, are you seconding this motion?
So, all right, so the motion is, yeah, to pass the section with the amendment.
So,
We'll talk about the amendment.
I don't know that. Didn't
What?
Representative Yakovlevich make a motion? Yeah.
He moved the amendment that he doesn't, okay, yes.
so which amendment?
We got an email with it, I think this morning at, looks like 6:52 a.m. from
Okay.
Mr. Broderick.
Okay, so Representative Pearson, did I count you as seconding that motion?
Is it, no,
I'm just
Oh.
making sure that what's in the room is the same as,
I think so, that's what I have.
okay.
so I don't have the amendment. So I'm kind of stuck.
I'll
terms
send
of-
it out to everybody right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay, so,
the amendment doesn't have a number, it's draft.
no, it's, none of these have numbers.
Right,
They
and
have
I would like to make,
We're looking for an explanation rather than anything else.
Madam Chair, while we're in a lull here, when we vote, after we get through all these sections and we come to an agreement, then do we vote on the bill? What's the next step after this? We vote on the bill?
Next step after this is that we will have an amendment that includes all of the changes we have voted on.
Yes.
And that will be prepared and we will vote on that amendment and then on the bill as amended. That will be an amendment with a number and so forth.
Mm-hmm. So let's say, well, I guess we can deal with that later. I'll wait for my question. I'll continue my questions later when we get there. Thank you.
Yes.
So Madam Chair, if I'm looking at this right, just to get my second squared away here, this amendment is the bold part in section 2, part 1. That's in essence what this is doing. Okay.
Yep. It's, I believe a way to, it's describing how they are dealing with the question of how to make sure that they're qualified.
Yeah.
So I have a question. I'm looking at the text of that amendment. There's the bold part. Is that the only change, or is all this text in here in the proposed amendment also change?
Oh, I
No,
see.
unless it says it's a new section, only the bolded stuff would be a change.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
the rest of this is the same.
Okay, so they just included a lot of stuff that might not need to have been. All right.
Context.
Exactly. That's just for context, you can understand it, but the actual change is only to Roman 1 on page 48, lines 30 through 33.
Oh, 9.
Okay, and so this is just how they can transition from this new thing to actually being licensed as an LNA, it looks like.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So I have the amendment, but I have the amendment. It's going to take me a little while to read it.
It's only the section Roman 1 that makes a difference.
Okay.
And,
That's in italics.
yeah, one line, those 2 lines. We'll give you credit for 2.
In the attachment of the email, I think it's just the bold section, which is only a couple of few lines.
Exactly.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Representative Baroda.
So part 9 refers to essentially expanding the door to those people who want to serve. This is the temporary health partners. Is this the one? Is this the amendment that deals with temporary health partners?
No.
Yes. No?
Temporary health partners are defined and authorized in Senate Bill 155.
Right.
This section gives the people who have been temporary health partners a way to become full-fledged licensed LNAs.
Okay. All right. So this is the one that we talked about when people have already started this process, but may not have completely finished it based on when they started working. They're sort of grandfathered in. Is that right?
No, we're saying not exactly. We're saying that since they qualified as temporary health partners and actually served as temporary health partners for more than 100 hours, we're considering that appropriate training to get the LNA license.
Okay, and I have a last question. It says here in the purpose, thank you, the general court acknowledges the critical importance of ensuring the quality, accessibility, and sustainability of Medicaid services. So are we saying that this would only apply to those nursing facilities that accept Medicaid services?
I believe that it was the temporary health partners were only being hired in nursing homes. But this doesn't, that's just a statement of purpose. This bill or this section deals with how a temporary nursing assistant would become a licensed nursing assistant.
Right. But they would have had to work in a nursing home.
Yeah.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Representative Schuett.
Yes, I just wanted to call your attention. Representative Schultz has rejoined us. I did text her and she informed me that her computer ran amok and did updates and.
Thank you, Representative Schuett. She's here. She will be called on the next roll call, or if she raises her hand. Oh, there she is. Questions, comments, concerns?
Well, I'm going to go back to this line, even though statement of purpose.
Representative Baroda, yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. I promise I'll raise my hand the next time. Even though not all nursing homes accept Medicaid. So if they're going to use Medicaid services as a purpose, it's either there for a reason or not. And if it's not there for a particular reason, it shouldn't be used.
Representative Baroda, if you are concerned about that issue, which I can see is valid, we can just take the whole statement of purpose out. Because that's not really any action. That's just general introductory verbiage, and I'd be perfectly happy to recommend that we delete it.
Please, I would like that.
Okay. Fine. I'm happy with that. Is there any objection on the rest of the committee to taking out the statement of purpose?
Well,
Representative Head?
thank you. The statement of purpose gives people some kind of information about it provides context. So, I mean, it doesn't, the only thing that's being changed here, well, it's a separate issue, really. The bolder language is the only thing that's new. The statement of purpose is part of the bill. And it says
We can amend the section to take that statement of purpose out.
sure, we can take it out, but then you have no context for the change that we want to make.
All right, we'll have a vote on making that amendment also. What?
Clarification as to the objection to the word Medicaid in this is because I don't see it as being restrictive.
Not all nursing homes accept Medicaid.
Agreed.
And
But nowhere in the part of actionable does it list Medicaid as being a criteria or to do anything.
I, regardless of what Representative Schmidt said, I think that the statement of purpose to this section is somewhat irrelevant. And coming in on page 48, I doubt that it's going to be the general introduction to a lot of people. Representative Fellows.
Thank you. Hold on. I have a unstable connection, so I shut off the video. I'm not in support of this, either with or without the amendment, because I'm concerned that there may be these temporary nursing assistants. It only requires that they have worked for 100 hours, and they may have had only one task for that whole time. For example, maybe their only job was to just feed people, help them eat. And to be an LNA, the training has about 9 different skills that they're supposed to master. So I'm concerned with giving them a license when they may have had no experience at all with those other tasks that are part of the job. And I also think that the state can help them out by giving them, covering their tuition to do the classroom part of it and, some kind of assessment and just fill them in on the skills that they need. I mean, I like the idea of giving them the opportunity to quickly get the LNA status, but I'm just concerned that of the quality of what will happen if this is the way we go about it.
Thank you. Representative Fontenot.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I would be inclined to agree with Representative Fellows if it were not for the statement of purpose being in there. I think the statement of purpose explains why we're taking this kind of unusual action to license these people that stepped in and helped during the pandemic. And it's like, it's a one-time kind of a one-time action, I think, to do this because it had to happen prior to April 1st. So I'm inclined to support it if the statement of purpose is left in there.
Okay. Representative Roy and then Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I agree with Representative Fontenot. The statement of purpose gives it clarification why we're doing it. I would also point out that anyone hiring anyone who's licensed under this chapter will have their resume. They'll see their, education and bona fides for the job. So if they feel like that the experience they have doesn't qualify them for the job they're applying for, they're free not to hire them. So I feel like it's transparent enough that anyone making a choice to hire someone that's licensed in this section will be able to know what they're getting. So I support the bill.
Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I agree with Representative Fellows. As you read this, it says that the person has worked no fewer than 100 hours as a temporary health partner, but it doesn't define what skills they should have done or what they have done for work in those 100 hours. Those 100 hours, like she said, could have been just taking care of the meals or delivering meals and making sure these people are getting breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And then if you look further, it says temporary health partner. Definition means anyone authorized to work in a nursing home by emergency order 42 and required to complete training no less than 8 hours. Only 8 hours of training and working under the supervision of an RN, APRN, or LPN. So those other 92 hours are working, doing no definition of what that entails. So I do have an issue with that. So I can't support this.
Okay. Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to respond respectfully to what Representative Roy said, that the way I look at it, I think that if somebody applies for a job as an LNA and it says, and they show that they have an LNA certification with a number, that the employer is going to assume that they have all the skills that LNAs receive training for, which may not be a correct assumption for these people under this program, the way it's put together.
Okay, I think we're diverging from the question of the amendment. Is there any further discussion on the amendment to this section? Representative Pearson?
I guess I have a question in reference to, this is all in the, where it talks about may apply for a license as a licensed nursing assistant in New Hampshire. Does that require an exam?
I believe it does.
I didn't hear the question. Could it be
Yes,
repeated?
if an LNA required an exam, and I believe it does.
So if it requires an exam, it should show competency in whatever area is covered under the exam.
Any other questions on the amendment? Representative Fellows still wishes to.
Well, I don't, in terms of either the bill or the amendment, that these people are not going to take the exam.
Why not? It says
Why would
that
they?
apply for a license. It doesn't say that they're only being granted a board certified approved nursing assistant course. So they still have to meet the other requirements of the license.
Well, just
do they given a license? It says they may apply for a license.
Well, don't they take the exam to be able to get the certificate from whomever they took the course from?
Not
necessarily.
That in the EMT bill. When we did the EMT equivalent bill, we covered it there. They have to take the exam and then, so not even in that case.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, they have to take the test.
Well, can we ask OPLC, do they take the exam after they pass the course or before they get the license, or do they have to take the exam before they get the credit for the course?
Good question. Mr. Broderick, can you answer that question if you're still with us?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
This says that they may apply for a license. The question is, do they take the qualifying exam? Do they still take the qualifying exam in this case?
I'm not sure. I mean, I can get back to you. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Please check on that.
Madam Chair,
Representative Judy is next.
I do have a further question that Mr. Broderick may need to check on.
Okay, which is?
I'm just curious if that exam would include a practical portion in addition to written.
Okay, Mr. Broderick, you've got a challenge on that one.
I can check on that as well.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Representative Judy.
Yes, Madam Chair. If someone has a license and he used to work like in New York or Massachusetts, when that person come here, he have to pass the exam, even though he has some times of work, have experience.
It depends on the type of license, Representative Judy. Some professions require a New Hampshire specific test, others don't. And I don't know the case of nursing assistants.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. May make sure that I've got my video on so you're all able to see me. So I've spent considerable amount of time in nursing home. I'm the chairman of the Stratford County delegation, so I have some oversight with regard to the Stratford County nursing home. But also I've had several friends who've been in nursing homes where I visit them on a weekly basis. So I've seen this, a lot of this. And the reality is that, well, first of all, some states don't even license nursing assistants, licensed nursing assistants. We call them LNAs. Some states don't even license them. But these are all tasks that need to be done. Okay, and if they don't have nursing LNAs in our nursing homes to feed, to change, to do laundry or whatever, then they have to have, those are services that have to be provided. And if they're not provided by LNAs, then they have to be provided by RNs. And when you have critical nursing, critical service shortages, which is what the purpose statement says. That's why I oppose taking it out. If you don't have those services provided, these nursing homes all have ratio requirements. If they don't have enough people doing the various different tasks, especially RNs and so forth, and more skilled positions, then they can't operate the section. But the people are there. They need the services, and their shortages, critical shortages. That's why this is a temporary measure to help get people in. And if all they're doing is feeding people, then that's all they're doing. But if there's nobody doing it, then an RN is going to have to do it. So this is a pandemic where they have shortfalls. This is a temporary measure where you have to, this is a dog-eat-dog situation. And these nursing homes are in desperate need, in many cases, of staff. So I'm supporting both the amendment and also the purpose statement because these people are in dire need.
Thank you. Representative Allegro.
Yes, thank you for recognizing. I'm going to stand on the shoulders of Representative Schmidt and SciTech for something that were just said. They are critical needs, and I feel like we're, as Representative SciTech said on a different subject before, I feel like we're debating the Federalist Papers here. I also have served in nursing homes and performed some of these tasks myself, and I'm not trying to be facetious or make light of it, but the truth of the matter, we're talking about putting a spoon to someone's mouth. We're talking about cleaning their bottoms afterwards. I don't remember all of the skills that were listed in one of these documents, but the others that I recall were helping somebody walk, helping somebody sit, helping somebody stand. These don't seem to be, they're critical. They're critical, but they're not exactly high-level skills that can't be learned quickly on the job. So I'm going to support both the amendment and the bill.
Okay, thank you, Representative Fellow.
Amen.
So I agree with Representative Allegro in terms of like what some of those skills are and that they can be learned fairly quickly. I'm just concerned that the temporary worker who the only task they ever had was feeding people doesn't know how to properly help somebody stand up or to roll them over in bed, because these can be very frail people and you can do damage if you don't help them in the correct way. And I don't think it'll take a long time, but I'm just very concerned about just broad brushing this.
Thank you. Representative Roy.
Thank you. Since we're waiting for an answer from Mr. Broderick, I would just reiterate that, and I know Representative Fellows didn't agree with me, but I've done some hiring and firing in my day, and I don't just look at their licensure, I look at where they've worked and their experience in life and on the job. So if I needed a specific task, I would make sure they had experience in that other than just the licensure and the class. To the contrary, these people actually have work experience versus someone who just took the class who doesn't. So hopefully the test will alleviate this question, but if it doesn't, I would still suggest that the people with the practical experience actually have a leg up possibly over the people who just took the course. So, and to reiterate what Representative Schultz said, you know, desperate times, desperate measures. We need people in there to help these folks. And us saying, you know, you can't do it without this course does not make any difference at all to the elderly person who needs help bathing and getting fed. We see this in many professions across many agencies. Yeah, personally, I can speak, you know, I know the military, their enlistment criteria goes up and down based on what, you know, the need of the service. And sometimes you have to put the need of the service above what the ideal. And it's not ideal, but we need these people. And if we can safely put them into work, I suggest that we do so.
I'd like to make two quick points. One, we are not exempting these people from the continuing education requirements for LNAs, which do exist, and these people may get the license more quickly, but they are required to maintain their competence. And secondly, it is a one-time event. It's only people that have already served more than the 100 hours. Even if they only had 99 hours by April 1st, they wouldn't have qualified. So it is a limited batch of people. Representative Broda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, what you said essentially is summarizes what I was thinking, is that we shouldn't get this particular clause of this bill mixed up with the clause in Senate Bill 155, which is broader than this particular section of Senate Bill 133. My comment about the purpose and the Medicaid is that when we refer to the sustainability of Medicaid services provided in nursing home, what it says to me, and most people who would be able to comprehend English reading, is that this has to do with the facilities that provide Medicare. So if we just
Not Medicare, Medicaid.
Medicaid, sorry. So if we just say that, we just take that word out, because we're not going to limit it to nursing homes that provide Medicaid, where this is for all nursing homes, correct?
It's for all employers of LNAs.
Whether they work in a nursing home that provides Medicaid or not.
Correct.
So if we just say, the General Court acknowledges the critical importance of ensuring the quality, accessibility, and sustainability provided in nursing homes and recognizes the critical shortage of licensed nursing assistants. That's all. Because I think if we put the word Medicaid in, it will limit it to those facilities that provide Medicaid.
Well, actually, Representative Broda, that may have been the facilities that hired these temporary partners. We're only dealing with the people who have already served as temporary health partners.
Okay. Okay, I understand. I withdraw my request. Thank you.
Other questions, comments, issues?
Can I comment, Madam Chairman?
Yes, please.
I know that I haven't been in, listened to every word because I've been running around a little bit, but I don't know if you discussed just the grammatical sense of the paragraph 1 that is amended by the new language.
It does. I believe that after 2021, I think it should be having demonstrated.
Okay, and then just reading the full sentence, it's all one long sentence now. I think that helps. But persons who have worked no fewer than 100 hours as temporary health partners at a licensed nursing home by April 21st have demonstrated their work experience during a national and state public health emergency, the competency to transition to status as a licensed nursing assistant. It seems like a new sentence needs to start.
I would be delighted if you would, when putting the final amendment together, you clean up the
Okay.
language in such a way. The important point is that the shall be deemed to have taken a board-approved nursing assistant course. I mean,
Right.
So yes, please. I noticed that myself when I read the amendment, that the grammar was,
Right, and the sense is clear, and so, great. I just wanted to point that out and I see if you had talked about it, and I'd be happy to add some words in there.
we haven't actually talked about it, but I would agree that the grant, it doesn't appear to be very grammatical. Representative Fontenot.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to reiterate, I think most know that I am a proponent of licensing. And I just think that the reason this particular bill is worthy is because we are acknowledging that these temporary health partners stepped up to the plate during a time that many people retired early from nursing homes and took leaves from their jobs at nursing homes because they didn't want to be there during the pandemic. And these people stepped in and did a job that a lot of other people didn't want to do. So I think that's why we're stepping aside of some of the usual requirements and saying you guys deserve, to move forward in this profession if you so choose.
Thank you. Good point. Other comments, questions for Representative Sytek?
Very quickly, about the 100 hours being one particular task. I don't think any of these, if you have to work 2,000 hours, is something specifies spectrum of what you do on that job. You could do just 14 gauge Romex and never touch anything else.
Yeah, that's true. The idea, the expectation is that if you're there that long, you'll do a little bit of everything, which I think is pretty reasonable.
Especially when they're shorthanded.
Particularly if they're shorthanded, yes, good point. All right. So. Any other comments, questions? Okay, so
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, Representative Schuett.
Texting back and forth with Representative Schultz. Her computer is kind of going in and out. So when you get to her to vote, if her computer has died, she has her cell phone ready to cue back in.
Okay, that's very, very well prepared of her. I'm glad she's doing that.
Hold the phone up to the.
Yeah, we may have to wait a few seconds for her to come
That's
back.
fine. We won't. There we go. She's moving.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here for now, though.
Excellent. In that case, we'll take a vote on the amendment. The motion is to adopt the amendment presented on part 9. And call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
Was it Pearson seconded to that?
Yes.
Representative Roy?
Said yes.
Okay. Clerk votes
Yes.
Representative Pearson?
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich?
Yes.
Representative Alekis?
Yes.
Representative Allegro?
Yes.
Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Lansara?
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso?
Yes.
Representative Golden?
Unfortunately, no.
Representative Schuett?
Yes.
Representative Judy?
Oui.
Representative Schmidt? Representative Schmidt?
Back to me.
Representative Schultz?
Oh, he's coming back. I vote yes.
Yes. Sorry.
Okay, Representative Fellows?
No,
Representative Flunk, no.
Yes.
Representative Groda?
yes,
Representative O'Brien?
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
Okay, looks like.
Did you get my vote, Representative Sytek? I voted yes.
I did.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Looks like 17 to 2. On the amendment.
So we have successfully amended section 9.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Representative.
I have further amendments to this section, very minor. I
Okay,
can describe them.
Representative Jakubowicz has another amendment he wishes to recommend, which is,
It's of two parts. One, which we actually was Representative Gall's idea during the subcommittee, which is to change the effective date to immediately upon passage. Because
all right, so that to change the effective date to on passage, okay?
and the second one, which I also mentioned during the subcommittee, take out the April 1st date in Title I, Section 1, because it's kind of superfluous and it's unnecessary, because the temporary health partners are already defined as somebody who falls under the Emergency Order 42. So while we're still in the middle of pandemic on the battlefield, like Mr. Clark described, the pandemic battlefield, we should just simplify this bill and make it rely on the Emergency Order 42 being lifted or the pandemic ended. So I'm just suggesting removing April 1st, 2021. And I ran it by the sponsor of this bill and she agreed. That's a great
All
idea.
right, so that you're saying that the, so it's already covering the emergency order.
Correct.
Under,
Correct.
down below. Okay.
Just add to that.
So that will be the, instead of the date, it will say the ending of the emergency order?
You don't even need to, because temporary health partners will
it's under
end upon the
2B.
ending, the order being rescinded.
Okay, that's interesting. Is there a second?
Second,
Thank you, Representative Schmidt.
I'm sorry, I guess I already spoke about it.
Well, that's fine. You already
All right.
spoke for Representative Schmidt. Do you wish to speak to your second?
I do not.
Okay. Is there any
That's fine.
discussion on this additional change?
Further amendment,
Was that
further amendment.
further amendment? Yes, thank you. So this would allow people who get their 100 hours in before the end of the pandemic, no matter when it ends, to apply for this exemption, but only people who have served during the pandemic. Okay? Is that correct?
Correct.
Further comments, questions? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on this additional change.
Representative Roy,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Representative Yakubowicz,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Lanzara,
Yes.
Representative Santo Nastaso,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Short,
Yes.
Representative Judy,
Oui, monsieur.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes,
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Fontenot,
Yes.
Representative Groda,
Yes.
Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
19-0 on the further amendment.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Representative Roy.
I need perhaps 5 to 7 minutes. I have to escort my son into the DMV to sign him up for his written test. I'm not sure what you planned on taking up next.
Section 9, section 10 and 11.
we're not going to vote on this.
We're going to finish this, then 10 and 11. So I think if you're only going 15 minutes, I don't think it'll be a problem.
Okay, I appreciate it. I'll jump back in when I get back.
So the question is to adopt section 9 as amended.
I move to OTP Section 9 as amended.
All right, incorporating with both amendments.
Please.
Okay. Is there a second?
I will.
Okay, Representative Bailey got in first.
Okay, who was mover? Yakubovich Bailey.
Do you wish to speak to your motion?
We need all the help we can get while we're in the pandemic. So this will help us. Thank you.
Representative Bailey, do you wish to
He
speak?
said it so well.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Seeing, hearing none, the motion is to adopt section 9 with the amendments. Please call the roll.
Representative Roy.
May not be here.
Oh, he not here?
Yeah.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson. Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lansara.
Yes.
Representative Santo Nastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
No.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui, monsieur.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
No.
Representative no.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
Chair.
Yes,
um,
16 to 2.
16 to 2.
Is that 15 to 2? I didn't hear you.
16.
16.
Thank you.
Representative Roy not being with us moment for the moment. That's section 9. Section 10. Yakubovich.
I move to adopt section 10, OTP.
I'll second that.
Can we
Okay.
please have a name for the section?
It is
Oh.
relative to the revocation of licensure for licensed emergency medical service units and emergency medical service vehicles. Okay, that is moved by, ought to pass by Representative Yakubovich and seconded by Representative Pearson. You wish to speak to your motion?
This was section 11.
10.
10, sorry.
Yeah, this will simplify licensing issues for for EMS units. Not licensing, but any questions about the license, any violation of the license. Will allow time to answer.
Representative Pearson, you wish to speak to your second?
Yeah, I mean, this allows for discretion, and I think that, when we have to be careful in statute when we use the word shall and may and all those things, and I think that this allows for the commissioner to do their job.
Questions, comments, or concerns?
Is there a way of making?
Representative Roman?
Yes, thank you. I guess I'm not. Can someone again give me a summary of? I really didn't get this, a good summary of what this section is about and why we should support it.
Okay. Right, well, I'll give you my interpretation. Right now, the commissioner can only deny an application or suspend or revoke a license for any acts or offenses, even if they have already been corrected. So in this case, this allows the commissioner a less extreme punishment, that is to issue a formal letter of concern. that will not suspend or revoke a license.
I-
Is that correct, Representative Pearson?
Yep, like I said, it allows for some discretion here within the context and circumstance of what's going on.
If I can,
Representative Blackus?
sorry, and Representative Pearson can correct me, but my take is that another potential benefit is if the only choice presented is no action or take drastic action, such as revoking someone's license, there might be a tendency to not take action in situations where doing something short of revoking a license would actually be helpful. And so this might actually contribute to getting problems resolved.
Yes, but on the other hand, if they may, then nothing might happen. So I understand the issue a letter of concern. I agree with that. But I don't agree with the changing of the word from shall to may, because then the commissioner may not do anything. And some of these offenses might be significant.
That's correct. Representative Saitek.
To speak to Representative Pearson's or your concern, that's what he can do now. He may say that in the interests of overall justice, I'm just going to look the other way, and who's going to do anything about it?
Exactly. And Madam Chair, if I could. Yeah, I mean, the problem in any of those kind of things is, if there's some situations where you'd like to see them revoke a license and others to issue the letter of concern or something less, I don't know how you can do that without leaving it to the discretion of the person making the decision, because I don't see how we can draw some bright line in statute as to exactly when one is appropriate or the other is. And yeah, there's always the risk when there's discretion that somebody's going to make a bad decision. But it's kind of, as was said, that's the way it is today also. There's always, in effect, it's prosecutorial discretion, which is there, in this situation as well as a DA or something.
Like that breaks your heart.
So also too, so for those of you that may not have looked up the citing of this, right? Because it talks about RSA 153A13. 153A13 has that lovely part of statute that we call knowingly does X. And knowingly is difficult in just in the nature of having knowingly gives or knowingly causes or knowingly does. That lends itself to discretion, because you're sometimes, how do you definitively come up with knowingly? So this allows the circumstances and the commissioner to use their judgment in the
School
course
ID
of the
wasn't one of them?
investigation.
Oh,
So
it's got to be an official ID. School ID, I guess, is an official.
Representative
Terry?
Roy.
Oh, he just muted himself.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
So I mean,
I'm back.
Mute yourself, thanks.
oh, but if you guys can understand what I'm saying here, that the section that's referenced involves, knowingly gives or causes to give, or knowingly gives or causes to be. That lends itself to the need for discretion, and I think that this simple change just allows that to occur.
Yeah. There's also.
Okay, I'm okay with it.
Violations. Okay, Representative Fellows.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I appreciate Representative Pearson telling us that, because then it all makes perfect sense. So somebody does something that they really shouldn't have done, and this is a whole list of the possible reactions to that situation. And the new option of letter of concern, that's just like in a business when you put a letter, a note in somebody's personnel file, or when a police officer gives you a warning for speeding. that goes on the record. So if you do it again, you're going to be in big trouble, but it's not going overboard if it just happens once.
Exactly. Other comments, questions, concerns? All right, seeing none. The motion is ought to pass on part 10, and the clerk call the roll.
Representative Roy is not
Yes.
available. Oh, yeah,
He's
okay.
there, he's back.
Swell. Representative, the clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lazara.
Yes.
Representative Santo Nastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy. Is he?
Hello?
Okay,
Yes,
Yes.
okay.
Oui, oui pour moi.
Representative Schmidt, you only get one.
Yes.
Only one vote, Representative Judy.
Oh, one in English, one in French.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Flutno,
Yes.
Representative Rhoda,
Yes.
Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
and the chair.
yes.
19-0 on section 5.
Okay. Next one. Section 10.
10.
We should have had a class on Roman numerals earlier.
Hardy har har.
Representative Sytech could teach such a class.
That's true. That's true.
All right, moving right along to section 11. Representative Lekis, you have actually an honest to God full amendment. Representative Lekis?
Sorry about that. Thinking too much about the prior one, and I don't have the thing. Section, that's the wrong one.
11 is on page 49, and your amendment is number 1260. And I will second the amendment.
Yeah, hang on. I apologize for not being as organized as I should be and having the amendment in hand.
Madam Chair,
I have it here.
would Miriam have sent us the amendment? Is that correct?
It should have been. Ms. Marling, if you could perhaps resend to those who are.
Sure.
not-
I can describe the change, I think, reasonably easily. So the issue was that Part 11, among other things, changes the apprentice from being a license to a certificate. And the changes for the part of the RSAs that it specifically is dealing with there makes that change. However, there's also RSA 313-820, which deals with expiration and renewal of licenses, just calls them licenses and deals with them all as a block, including the apprentice, what we're now going to be calling a apprentice certificate. And so the amendment just changes, mainly it changes 313-20 to split it up and deal with the licenses as licenses and certificates as certificates. So it's not ambiguous as far as the language goes. The other thing it does is we were bringing in the changes from Senate Bill, Carol, what was it,
House Bill 575.
Right, House Bill 575. So there was similar language there, which my understanding is Carol's arranged for the Senate to remove that, so there wouldn't be conflicts. But when the initial amendment or the initial changes were done, it left out an important part of it. So, and that part is in, hang on, okay.
On page 50, line 5.
Thank you for being more organized than I am. And it changes that where it's within a licensed school or shop to a licensed school and or shop, since we're now permitting them to receive some of their training, in one or the other, or part in one and part in the other. So that change allows that to be there as well. So that's actually the substantive change, and the rest of it is just cleaning up, whether something's called, referred to as a certificate or a license.
I reviewed House Bill 575, and I have worked out with the Senate an amendment that deletes their section, I think it's 3, that amends RSA 313A24. That's the only part of 575 that overlaps with this. And so by incorporating the and or here, the Senate will amend House Bill 575 if they choose to pass it, and say that their section A13, A24 does not apply if Senate Bill 133 passes. That looked like the cleanest way to handle it, because the rest of 575 is in different sections than this one, than Senate Bill 133. And the question of the hours is only in House Bill 575. This Senate Bill 133 simply says, and a program approved by the board. So this makes it compatible, and as Representative Leck said, it also cleans up the reference to a certificate rather than a license. Any other questions, comments? Representative Grota.
Thank you. So what's the difference between, so if an apprentice goes through this program, then they attain a certificate, correct?
No, they get the certificate when they are going to start working in a shop.
If I may,
Or getting instruction.
they have to have the certificate before they can act as an apprentice. So they get the certificate first. They get some or all of their training through the apprenticeship as part of completing the requirements for them to then apply for a license.
Yes, it specifically says on page 50, line 4, that the board shall issue a apprentice certificate to any student receiving instruction. So they get that first.
Right, and that way the place that's going to take them on as an apprentice knows that it's okay to do so.
And the requirements for having the certificate is going to be put together by the board and then put in rulemaking?
No, Representative Grota, it's in the bill on page 50, line 7 through 13. It's 16 years old, pay the fee, and be deemed to be of good professional character, which for high school students shouldn't be too difficult.
So basically you're a high school student and you want to be an esthetician. So you follow these qualifications and then you go work for an esthetician. And through that, you get a license to be an esthetician. Is that what you're saying?
You have to complete the hours specified by the board's rules, and you have to take the appropriate test.
Right, getting the training either as an apprentice or in a school, licensed school, is, that's just one of the requirements to get the license.
And why do we think that this is a good idea?
Well, for one thing, it gives the board specific authority to regulate apprentice schools of cosmetology, et cetera, that are within high schools. Some high schools have them, including Concord High.
I believe Alvern may as well. The other thing, talking about the section as a whole rather than just the amendment is if you look on page 50, lines 21 to 23, it lets them get the apprentice certificate without requiring the social security number. The reason that was done is because of these programs. They're in high schools, and there's the federal student privacy laws that said that the school can't demand a social security number. So that's why that change was put in there, to actually make it legit to have these programs as part of VOTEC programs in high schools.
And meanwhile, there's a secondary federal requirement that if you have a professional license that allows you to work, you have to provide your social security number. Look and make sure you're paying child support.
Right. So I guess the planned process is if someone's at least 16, they're in high school, they get their apprentice certificate, and they don't have to provide the social security number for that. They go through that apprenticeship program and schooling within the high school. Well, it doesn't have to be within the high school, but that's sort of the idea. And then, they'll be done with school, they'll have turned 18, and then go through the remainder of the process to apply for an actual license, and then they can work. But so that way they come out of high school with, the ability to get a job and do something.
Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was part of this subcommittee, and if I remember correctly, the main reasons for these changes in the apprenticeship programs were for some of the high schools that had these trade programs associated with them. By using the language of a license, they were required to give social security numbers, and the schools under law are not allowed to give out social security numbers of minors, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong. So this was the reason why line 21 was put in, 21 through 23 was put in at the bottom, and as well as changing the wording from license to apprenticeship to allow these students to complete a program while still in school going forward. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's my understanding as well.
Other comments or questions? All right, seeing none, the motion is to adopt Amendment 1260 to Part 11, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara. Lanzara.
And I'll come back to
Okay.
him.
Representative Santo Anastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goldie.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui, monsieur.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
Chair,
Yes.
Okay.
And back to Representative Lanzara.
are you back, Representative Lanzara?
Yes, sorry about that.
Okay, so it is 19-0 on the adoption of Amendment 1260.
Skip over Part 12 for the moment.
So if you're ready, I can make the motion we've adopted the amendment, so I guess we need a motion to do OTPA on this.
Correct.
And I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
And
All right, do you wish to speak to your motion?
no, I think we fully discussed this.
I agree. Anyone else? Comments, questions?
This is part 12, Madam Chair.
No, we're still on Part 11. To finish to adopt the
Oh, sorry.
section as amended. With amendment. Seeing no other questions, the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Roy,
Yes.
Representative, or the clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Lanzara,
Yes.
Representative Santo Nastasa,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
yes,
Representative Judy. I know you're there. Representative Judy,
Oui.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes,
Representative Fellows,
yes,
Representative Fontenot,
Yes.
Representative Groda,
Yes.
Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
19-0, it passes amended.
Okay. Now being after 3 o'clock, I think we will now take up section 2. And Jakubowicz, you have a motion?
I motion to ITL section 2.
Okay, is there a second?
Second,
Who was that? Roy, okay,
Roy second.
okay. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yeah, briefly. I think with Compact, our patients will have wider access to providers, to people in the medical field. That's why I'd like to keep the Compact. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, also briefly, this is different than all the other compacts we're talking about because this is one we're already in. This isn't whether or not we should get into it. All the legwork has been done by previous legislation. All the arguments have been made, all the potential outcomes vetted, and a decision was made to put us into this compact. And although it passed several years ago, it just came into effect last year in the middle of the pandemic. So any points made that we haven't had to use it are really not accurate because we haven't had a chance to use it. We've heard from the state head of EMS. We've heard from from private companies. We've heard from the compact itself, all in favor, no one against, except for one organization. And I have total respect for that organization. Firefighters, as I used to be in law enforcement, are like a brother from another mother to me, and I stand with them. However, I just can't support withdrawing this at this time based on hypotheticals. If I could see some real harm that would be done, then I would definitely support getting out of it. But at this point, we have to at least let it, all the work that was done, we have to at least let it try to work before we go ahead and pull it out with absolutely no reason. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Representative Pearson?
Sure. Couple things with this. One of the things that we were blessed with was a tremendous amount of confusion in the public hearing because there were things that were said and things that were brought forward that don't actually apply. So a couple things to clarify. This is a compact that only has a use under an emergency scenario. This is not a daily procedural compact, okay? So some of the things that were brought up that were interesting, the whole DOD angle with the spouses of military folks. If you come into the state of New Hampshire as someone who has your national registry and you apply to the Bureau of EMS, you're gonna have your license in a week or less. So it's not a barrier for that at all. The other thing is that because it is an emergency scenario use only, a couple of interesting things come into effect. First of all, the closest compact state is Delaware. That's useless, completely useless. Nobody from Delaware is coming up here during a during a state of emergency that would follow under those conditions. They're just too far away. Secondly, is that we've made a lot of statements over the years, and we've had a lot of concern, and we've even done it here today about talking about creating a solution for a problem that doesn't exist. The idea of what you would call a compact in emergency services has another term. It's just called mutual aid. It's existed forever. As a matter of fact, I gave a lecture once at the museum in Manchester on the longest mutual aid run the city of Manchester ever did, and that was to Boston by train. So, we've had the emergency services professions have been dealing with this for 125 years or more. So what happens is this. If you, as a practical example, Hanover, Salem, heck, even Dover, right? They interact with agencies from other states all the time, right? You get a major fire in Dover, you're getting help from Maine, it's happening. You have some sort of you have a plane crash, you have some sort of a significant event in Salem, Hanover, whatever. We already have these things worked out. So, and we've been doing it for a long time. Where this compact now becomes a problem is that, first of all, in order to enact it, we'd have to have some sort of major crisis occur. That would realistically be handled before the compact could even come into to function, because we're not going to sit here and go, oh, sorry, Mass, or we're going to wait on the compact to get help from Delaware before, or Pennsylvania or whatever, before we enact what we've been doing for the last 100 years. The second problem with that is that, again, and I brought this up in a prior part, we are now surrendering control of what we decide to a compact that involves states, most of which are far west of here. Well, everybody's far west of here, but I'm talking, you look at who's in the compact right now, it's Delaware and it's way out west. So we would now, and I still can't get an answer because honestly, nobody knows what's going to happen because we've never enacted the compact. What happens if the compact is enacted to all of the mutual aid agreements that we've had for 50, 80 years? What does that do? Do those conflict? Can they blend? Do we ignore one over the other? And nobody really knows because we've never had to do it. So that's a huge concern for me in a profession that has figured this out 50 to 80 years ago. The other problem here, and I guess this is an educational moment, is the way that we function in EMS is a little bit different. So when you take your National Registry certification, that's just a certificate. That just says, hey, you know what, you met the basic competency levels of being an EMT. But when you get into practice, you now fall under the protocols of the state of New Hampshire, which is established by the Bureau of EMS, but you also fall under a local control. So if you work in Manchester, your local control is the Elliott Hospital. If you're in Hanover, it's Dartmouth. If you're in Salem, it's split between Parkland and Holy Family, depending on where the patient wants to go. So what happens is if you bring in folks from out of state, keep in mind, under the compact, they operate under their home license, not New Hampshire's protocols. They operate under their home. And those can be extraordinarily different in a lot of ways. They can either be more inclusive or less inclusive. So that's someone, I wouldn't expect anybody from Delaware or far out west to understand what New Hampshire's protocols are. But the folks that work in Methuen and the folks that work in White River Junction, and the folks in Kittery have a general idea because that's their regional network. And they know what flies and what doesn't. So this is a complete change from that operational method that we function under right now. And I appreciate what Representative Roy said about, the fact that we don't have vetted outcomes because we've never had to use it. In the case of the compact, that's absolutely true. We don't know. And we don't know it the other way as well. What we do know is the past 80 plus years of these mutual aid compacts are used all the time. We know how they function, we know how they work, and they've been tweaked and wiggled for that time period. So that's my big concern is, what are we throwing away to rely solely on this compact that has never been enacted, that is completely non-functional for us in New England right now. And that lends it to the point where I think it's, we've talked about saying, well, if we get into a compact and we don't like it, we can get back out. I think this is a case where we jumped in too early, and let's see how let's let this compact actually get to somewhere in our part of the country before we start to rely on this. And that's the point of the idea to remove this. This is why the governor supports removing it. It's because it's just not functioning whatsoever. So that's my deal. That's why I support the removal of this compact. And I certainly welcome questions or additional comments.
Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll follow up on Representative Pearson's regards to the protocols. As a EMT and a firefighter, we had to take the rollout protocol exams through the state of New Hampshire, an online course showing competency and state protocol. During the subcommittee, I had asked about protocols and what would be followed going forward. And this is the issue I have with these compacts, because being so early on, I don't think they understand or they don't know what's truly going on in these compacts. I had asked about protocols and which protocol would be followed if someone from out of state came to New Hampshire, and how it would go through from there. First answer I got was they would follow their home state protocol unless New Hampshire decides later on that they want them to transfer over into the New Hampshire protocol. And then I was told by New Hampshire that no, they would have to do the state protocol exam prior to being able to provide care here in the state. So nobody seemed to know what the answer was in this compact as to following protocols. And that's key when you're talking about EMS and you're talking about care in a state. So this, for that reason, I think we have mutual aid agreements. This has worked well for years here in New Hampshire, and we have surrounding states that are willing to help out. If we need more than that from further out of state, in a time of a dire emergency, we see that the executive orders work with temporary licensure and reducing the restrictions as people come up and are needed to help here in New Hampshire. So I think this is premature. I'm not sure that those that are involved actually know how their compact is working when I got this answer. And for that reason, I'll support the repeal.
Representative Blackus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple of things. One is on the issue of the closest one is Delaware, and that we should wait until somebody's closer. I think there's a certain amount of chicken and egg problem there. I mean, if that was the main argument against it, I would discount it because, other states here might not want to join it if there's nobody else around. And if we are out of it, it's kind of a thing where there's got to be some first movers, and then you see what happens. Maybe nobody close to us will ever join it, in which case the thing will basically have no effect, but there's no opportunity, or less of an opportunity anyway, for closer states to join if we choose to get out of it. The other one is, I may have missed something, but my take during the subcommittee meeting was that somebody coming here would have to follow the New Hampshire protocols. And that's similar to the other compacts we have, like the ones we just voted on for the occupational therapy, speech pathologists and audiologists. Those, if they're going to practice in New Hampshire, they're under the New Hampshire rules. And I believe that's true of the other compacts, although maybe I missed something in the subcommittee hearing. And that's all I have at the moment. Thank you.
Representative Roy.
Thank you. A couple points. With regard to the Department of Defense, they sure are spending an awful lot of time on something that the opinion is that they don't need to be involved in. They do, in fact, need to be involved. It does not have to be an emergency order to activate the compact. The compact is always active. It just, with regard to normal employees, they can't take regularly scheduled shifts, with the exception of the military. This is an important issue to the military for a couple of reasons. One, for our own citizens, New Hampshire spouses of military members assigned across the country that are involved in the compact states can get their licensure using the New Hampshire certification, and vice versa. The military clearly told us when they do base grading, which they do every year, they issue a report card on bases, and one of the main criteria is how friendly it is to spouses and family members of military deployed. And that comes into decisions with regard to base closing or expanding bases, particularly the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter, whether it goes to Portsmouth or it goes to Burlington. That's a huge influx of money to our state that could go to Vermont simply because, we don't rate quite as highly because we make this decision. Or if they come down to closing bases, all things being equal, they're going to look at the states that are more friendly to the families of spouses of military members. So it is a reality for the military. Second of all, with regard to how close the states are, we heard testimony that Colorado used this during the wildfires. They had EMTs out there under the license compact assisting. So I don't think geography is necessarily a bar, and the more states that join, the more it's going to be used, hopefully, if necessary. We heard testimony that there's several states this year who are considering this. We are not considering this. We already considered it and passed it into law, and the governor signed it. And I have not heard that the governor supported repealing it. As a matter of fact, I heard to the contrary, mostly because of the fact that it fits into his general scheme of things with this COVID emergency and for the military reasons. So this is definitely important. Everything I've heard against it, everything I've heard to pull out of it, are things that might possibly could maybe at some point cause a problem, but nothing definitely concrete. We did hear testimony, clear testimony, that they had to practice under the New Hampshire license rules, because someone can't just show up here and hang out a shingle and say, I'm an EMT. They have to practice underneath someone, as Representative Pearson said, underneath a hospital or an ambulance company. And for them to be able to practice, they have to meet the New Hampshire standards. So someone can't come here with a Kansas EMT license and just start practicing the Kansas way, which may be better or worse. They have to meet the New Hampshire standards of practice because they're practicing underneath someone. So all the arguments still to this very minute to pull us out of this compact are all, well, it could possibly be bad. Well, it could possibly be very good, and pulling out of it could possibly be bad. So I would ask everyone to really think about, why would we get out of something we put a lot of work and study into getting into simply because it might not be so good? We're not sure, but we know it's got positive upsides. So I would ask everyone to really think about this, wanting to pull out of it just because. I mean, the same people could have made these arguments several years ago. I know one of them did, but others didn't, to not get into this in the first place. And those arguments were vetted. And so I would ask everyone to vote to ITL this. Thank you.
Thank you. A couple things to respond to some of the things. New Hampshire did make the first move in the region, and no one followed. So this has existed for several years under when it was passed, and with an action date that has come by year and a half ago, but nobody else followed. So we did make the first move. We did dangle the carrot out, and no one took a bite. The other thing, as far as this protocol, you've got to look at the protocol. The protocol for New Hampshire says it has to be emergency use only. If you come here from Kansas and you want to practice as an EMT, you have to get a New Hampshire license. You can't use the compact to do that. And that's an important part. This compact is very different from what the ideologists that we just used as an example. That this is not a standard way of doing business. This is emergency use only. Vermont, as a comparison, you talk about the F-35, Vermont's not in the compact. So, I mean, if we're looking at making the state of New Hampshire more enticing and we're worried about being competitive with those around us, again, nobody around us does this. So I don't think it's a factor in that regard. And I will reiterate again, the Bureau of EMS told me that if you're a military spouse and you come here as a nationally registered EMT, you're going to get your license in New Hampshire in less than 1 week. So there's no barrier for military spouses to come in here and practice at all. If they're getting their license in less than a week, it's a matter of getting hired and taking a protocol exam. You're done. So again, this is just, it was something that was a bill of goods that was sold, and it's just not panned out. And like I said, the fear that I have is that this has really never been fully vetted as to what's going to happen with the mutual aid agreements with the surrounding communities, the surrounding states.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did find the Department of Defense liaison's testimony to be compelling, and he actually convinced me that what we likely need to do on that issue, and I'm also hearing what Representative Pearson is saying, I think we need a separate piece of legislation to look at licensing overall and see, and perhaps study, but do an assessment formally or informally to make sure that those licensing procedures, et cetera, are welcoming of military families. I know we don't have as many as we used to, but I do find it very relevant. And that actually convinced me to support this provision of this bill. So, you know, hearing the concerns that Representative Roy is stating, I do agree that that is a concern, and I think we need to actually make that piece bigger. And I don't think that that is necessary for this piece. And I do support the repeal, I guess you'd say, support this portion of the bill.
Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And well, I just want to respond to the comments that the individuals will have to practice under New Hampshire protocol. I understand that was what we got from the Bureau of EMS, but the initial response, and I believe it was someone from the Interstate Compact themselves who said that the person would be practicing under their home state. And that's the point I wanted to make, that the left doesn't know what the right is doing, or it doesn't appear that way from those comments. It's the only reason I made that statement. And second of all, going back to military personnel, under this compact, there are 3 lines dealing with the military personnel, or 3 sections, an A, B, and C. And I see no reason why we have to be a compact state to implement what these A, B, and C state. And I'll be brief. Veterans, service members separating from active duty military and their spouses. Member states shall consider a veteran, active military service member, a member of the National Guard and Reserve separating from active duty tour, and a spouse thereof who holds a current, valid, and unrestricted nationally registered EMT certification at or above the level of state license being sought as satisfying the minimum training and examining requirements for such licensure. B, member states shall expedite the processing of licensure applications submitted by veterans, active military service members, and members of the National Guard and Reserve separating from the active duty tour and their spouses. And C, finally, all individuals functioning with privilege to practice under this paragraph remain subject to the adverse actions provisions of paragraph 8. Now I read that, Madam Chair, and I look at it and I say, why do we have to have a compact state to do those things? We could put that in our own statutes without having to be in the compact state. I don't know if anybody actually ever read any of this that's in here, that's in current statute, as to what it means with military personnel, but we don't need to be in a compact to do those things. So I'd be happy to, if we get out of this compact, to sponsor the legislation to put this into our statutes, the same language, so that we are doing that to alleviate the DOD's problems with getting out of a compact. Thank you.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, this is obviously a very thorny issue, but I want to throw in a couple of examples that have not been addressed yet. One of our former colleagues, former Representative Mark Prue, who was on the subcommittee together with me, as a matter of fact, that originally processed the bill to set up the compact that we're now talking about repealing. I contacted him, and he said that he was not in favor of getting back out of it. But he also reminded me of a couple of things that I was aware of, but had not occurred to me, and namely, I don't think this is not a mutual aid situation that Representative Pearson mentioned a moment ago, where firefighters get called in to fight fires or other similar emergencies. Former Representative Prue was out in California, and I recall that he also went down to Puerto Rico. Damn that phone! Went down to Puerto Rico and Texas during hurricanes, where, in the case of the hurricanes in the South and in Puerto Rico, that was down there. They had an emergency. We didn't have that emergency. California had the fires. They had that emergency. We didn't have that emergency. So it's not like the pandemic where it got the whole country. So that's an example of the kind of situation where the distance also doesn't make any difference, such as the fact that Delaware is not right around the corner, but California is not right around the corner. Puerto Rico's not right around the corner. Texas is not right around the corner. Yet Mark Prue was involved in all those things because they required EMTs, not firefighters. So just for consideration. So it seems to me that what Representative Roy said earlier, that we barely just got this thing activated, and getting out of it on hypotheticals doesn't seem wise to me. So I'm going to vote to strike the bill.
Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a question for our two firefighters. Correct me if I'm wrong.
There are 4.
Well, I guess we have 3.
Two retired.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that EMTs are called EMTs, licensed as EMTs by national standards. Is that not true?
Not exactly.
The national standards are the minimum requirements. That's where they get the training, and then they are licensed by the state to work for a specific agency.
But you do need a national license in order to operate
And
as
certification, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. And I'd like to mention that from the testimony, it appeared that this compact was not so much helpful for bringing out-of-state people into New Hampshire. It was to help New Hampshire people, licensees, working outside the state in an emergency. We heard stories, as Representative Schmidt said, of people working in hurricanes or forest fires. And because they were working in compact states, they had the ability to use their New Hampshire credentials. And that, I think, is important, that when our people are called into other states, they are able to work to the full extent of their license. Okay, Representative Roy and then Pearson.
Thank you. I'm not going to reiterate. I mean, I think everyone knows where I stand on this, but I was wondering, since we did it for the previous bills, could we possibly allow, I believe the head of the state EMS is in the participant list. If we could get someone in, just because we seem to be having difficulty reinterpreting testimony from the subcommittee. And if we could get some maybe direct answers to a couple of these direct questions, such as scope of practice and things like that, it might be helpful for the whole committee to hear it straight from the horse's mouth.
If there's anyone at this meeting who can answer those questions, please. Well, Representative Pearson.
A couple things. Under Katrina, we'll use the hurricanes as an example. They did not practice down there under the compact. They practiced under the National Response Plan and provisions of FEMA. Let's not confuse the compact with emergency procedures at the federal level, because they are not the same. They are not even close to the same. So the National Response Plan and the provisions in FEMA aren't going anywhere. They're irrespective of the compact.
Thank you. Other questions, comments, issues? I haven't seen anyone here who would be able to answer your questions, Representative Roy. So we'll have to go by our memories and our judgment. Questions, comments?
If I may. So my inclination is to let the thing stay in place unless unless there are actual problems that are found. And it appears there might be some benefits to it. It's not clear that there are existing significant problems. I mean, if there are problems that show up in the future, I'd certainly be open to getting rid of it at that time. But balancing whatever those other problems are versus any benefits, and maybe it will turn out that it's not worth having. But maybe we've dangled a carrot, but given the speed of legislative processes, it may have to dangle out there for quite a bit longer before anything happens. In the end, it may not, but my suggestion is and my plan is to just leave it out there for now.
Madam Chair, is Mr. Rill is I recall that name as being someone. I see him in the participants list.
He's the president of the firefighters union.
Yes, he's the president of the firefighters union. He didn't answer the request he didn't answer the request to answer the questions.
Okay, there was one other, but okay, if no one's raising their hand, then we'll just have to go with what we know.
Okay. All right. Any further comments, questions?
I'd just like to close. I'd just like the committee to notice that those that were in opposition to this repeal were all private ambulance companies, and not a single municipal emergency service came forward to say that we needed to keep this compact.
That's not correct.
Which municipality?
Lebanon.
Lebanon? Yeah. Was that in the subcommittee? Because I didn't hear them in the regular testimony.
I don't know if they spoke. They sent written testimony.
Then I apologize. I didn't see that Lebanon.
And I would think that state EMS could speak for a vast majority of the state. I don't think they're an entity, island unto themselves.
Yeah. All right. So in that case, the motion is inexpedient to legislate, which would remove section 2 from Senate Bill 153. Take a question,
I just wanted to say, I don't understand the amount of fire associated with this bill. This section just doesn't seem to be warranted. The issue isn't that great.
Okay.
It's just a comment.
All right. Fine. Motion is ITL on section 2, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
No.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Electro.
No.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
No.
Representative Santo Nasasso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
No.
Representative Schuett.
No.
Representative Judy.
Oh.
Representative Schmidt.
Excuse me,
Yes.
I think Representative Judy.
No, I say no. I would no.
Thank you. Thank
No
you for
problem.
repeating.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
No.
Representative Fellows.
No.
Representative Fontenot,
No.
Representative Groda, Representative O'Brien.
No.
I will go back to Representative Groda. No answer. Representative Chair.
Yes.
Okay, 2, 8 in favor, 2,
And opposed.
4, 6. Okay, loses 8-10.
Okay. Representative Pearson, do you have a motion?
I have a motion. Yeah, we'll auto pass on part 2.
Second.
Okay, motion made ought to pass by Representative Pearson, second by Representative Goldie. Is there anyone who feels the need to speak on this motion? No. Okay, in that case, clerk can call the roll.
What to pass? Okay, Representative Roy.
No.
No. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
No.
Representative Electus.
No.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
No.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santo Nastaso.
No.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
No.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
Okay, and the chair?
No.
Okay, this time it's 11 to 8.
All right, motion passes 11 to 8. I think we can do section 13, certified food protection managers. And I think we're good for the day. Representative Kovalik?
I make a motion to pass OTP section 13.
No amendment, excellent. I'll second that.
Thank you.
You wish to speak to your motion?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, this is something we're trying to move into statute because it's been partially in the rules, it's been partially delegated to towns, and it's very inconsistent. Varies from town to town, sometimes day to day, depending on who the manager, the health manager in charge of the town is. So I think this is a good idea. It'll help small shops with actually hiring teenagers. So, thank you.
And I'd like to say that, yes, they're granting waivers on this, but I think it is important when we see that there's a bunch of places in the same position, that instead of relying on a waiver, we specifically say this type of business doesn't, the waivers aren't necessary, we'll just accept them off the top. And for example, right now, if you're in a restaurant with a significant bar business, your restaurant, the kitchen may close down hours before the rest of the place. This would allow your food protection manager to leave when the kitchen closes instead of being stuck there until 1 o'clock in the morning every night. And so I think that's a very reasonable accommodation. So I'm fully in support of this. Anyone else have a comment, question? Allegro.
I'm going to largely say what you said. I think that the way this is structured now, it just captures too diverse a field. And places that serve coffee and donuts are not the same as places that are preparing food from raw to cooked.
Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm opposed to this bill. There's already a procedure for getting a variance to this rule. You just go through the Food Service Bureau at HHS, and they can work with a business to develop a variance that's specific to the needs of the particular business. And and I also agree that it's completely reasonable to give variances to food establishments, particularly those that have only served foods that are low risk in terms of causing illness, like places that do only ice cream, or just like Aroma Joe's, because they only have the coffee and the bagels. But my concern is that, well, I have several concerns. One of them, and I just need to mention that Aroma Joe's already has a variance. They have variances for at least some of their establishments, and I think all of their establishments. And so I'm concerned about getting into the practice of putting variances in statute. This particular variance might work for Aroma Joe's, but might not necessarily work very well for other establishments. And are we going to get a line of different businesses coming and asking us to put something that they can get a variance for into statute? The idea of having variances to rules is that the people at the state agencies who know whatever this area of business or practice or food safety, whatever it is, that's where the experts are. They can make a decision about what is a variance that continues to protect the public at the same time that it helps the business be able to operate. And this request came from just one business. By exempting all food establishments that have fewer than 6 people handling the food is going to exempt, my guess is, more than half the restaurants in this state. Because the people who handle food generally are not the wait staff. So it's just the people who are cooking the food, and there might be somebody doing prep. So that it excludes a huge number of restaurants. It excludes places that serve sushi, which is a food that can be potentially dangerous. And it excludes restaurants that serve seafood, shellfish, oysters, things like that. I think that this is putting this in statute jeopardizes public safety of, in particular, I'm thinking about restaurants, people who go to restaurants. And I just think it's inappropriate to just start putting things that could be granted as a variance in statute.
Thank you, Representative.
I'm sorry, did you call me?
Yes.
Okay. I have a question about how does this bill help with hiring more teenagers?
I'm not sure it does.
Why?
Isn't that what Representative Yakubovich said?
Yeah,
If you
So
could
how-
explain what you meant, please, then.
I believe small shops will be able to do so. Coffee shops where no major expertise is needed to cook food or to serve coffee.
Okay, so a follow-up.
Follow up.
So in the first section, we're saying that there does not need to be a food protection manager. In section B, there doesn't need to be a food manager there when there's no food being prepared. That's what we're saying in section 1.
Right.
And then what we're saying is, there doesn't need to be a food manager there if the food is already prepared or is ready to eat,
Right,
correct?
correct, that's what it says.
Then we're saying, I'm sorry?
That's what it says. Go on.
Yes. Then we're saying that if there's 5 food employees there, you're not required to have the food, if there's 5 food employees there, the food manager, food protection manager doesn't need to be there, but he needs to be available. Is that right?
Yes, that's what it says.
So why bother with 1, 2, and 1 and 2? Because number 3 covers everything.
Even a very large restaurant with many food preparation employees might well want to let the food protection manager take the evening off after the kitchen closes.
Well, that's not in here because it says food establishment having 5 food employees or less. That doesn't include, I mean,
During
5.
all hours of operation. That says that the food protection manager has to be available on call for all hours of operation.
Yes, I understand that, Madam Chair, which is why I'm saying, doesn't number 3 cover 1 and 2?
No, it does not. Representative Allegro.
I just think that we're looking at this from the exact opposite way it should be looked at, or at least in some cases we are. We're not putting variance into statute. What we're doing is narrowing down current statute that's overly broad. And then the second thing that comes to my mind is, as legislators, why are we sitting here being contented with making so many small businesses jump through hoops just because the current statute is overly broad? And yes, they can get a variance, but it's not our job. It's not our role to be making these small places that should be exempt jump through the hoop of getting a variance. And that's all. I'm going to be supporting this. Thank you.
Representative Schuett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, but I have an appointment a distance away and I have to leave.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
See, we won't finish the rest. This will be the last section for today. Representative Schultz.
Oh, I was just going to say to Representative Allegro, we should debate the Federalist Papers sometime. I think it would be fun. I do think we do have the responsibility for safety, of course, and I just think we're going to agree to disagree on some aspects of our philosophy towards government and regulation, and that's okay.
All right, thank you. I'd like to comment that the bulk of this regulation is not in statute. It's in rules. And therefore, but statute trumps rules. And therefore, this is the only way we can influence it. Representative Fellows, do you have something to add?
I just wanted to clarify that when you look at this, how it's printed, 1A, the part that says a person, let's see, somebody has to be present who's a certified food protection manager let's see.
Yes.
During hours of operation, that is already in rules. And the second part, B, that says they don't have to be there if there's no food preparation going on, is already in the rules. So those two things are not changing anything. The change comes with item number 2 and 3 that says, you know, they need somebody on staff, but he doesn't have to be there all the time. That's new. And I point out that it says they don't have to, they're on staff, but they don't have to be there. It's like, well, how often do they have to even visit the place? Can they visit just once a year? And the second part about the exemption of 5 or under food handlers, that's new. That's different from the rules. So the first 2 are already in the rules. The second 2 are really what we're debating, because that's the thing that's making a change.
Thank you. Representative Broda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this is already in rules, then why not just change the rules? Or amend the rules and not go through this process?
At least partly, Representative Broda, because the rules are not under our control. All we can do is ask the agency to change the rules. And there is no guarantee that they will understand our concerns.
But in other times, we allow rules to make their own decisions. So I don't know why we're not allowing that now.
That's a good question. You'll have to wonder. I mean, the point is what should be in statute and what should be in rules. Work is a complicated issue, but I, for one, prefer to give the agency better guidance than some people who write laws. And I think they should be aware of and responsive to legislative concerns. You are free to take a different opinion. And there are, in fact, rules on this that are actually not being enforced for smaller operations. And I strongly disagree with relying on selective prosecution to deal with an issue that should be settled by exemptions and necessary variances. And this is an exemption.
Thank you. I do think that this kind of debate is important to have, and I appreciate your response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other concerns, questions? Representative Saitek.
Would any business fulfilling 2 and 3 be denied a waiver? If the waiver is essentially automatic, would we put people through the waiver process? Why don't we just specify?
For one thing, it also, this would, if it's in statute, it also applies to cities and other municipalities that have their own food service rules. The waiver is only for the state. It does not apply in a city such as Concord that has its own food inspection rules.
So
So
make
you would-
something more severe, more restrictive.
Concord could do that.
Right?
Or they could deny a waiver that was approved by the state.
What town does Representative Fellows live in?
I don't
Never-
believe it's
okay.
a city, but I mean, it depends on whether people are available. The town of Epsom had a food sanitation manager for a long time. It was a Concord one, who happened to live in Epsom, but still we have it. All right, Representative Fellows, you want to add something?
Well, yes, I live in Holderness, which is near Plymouth. And almost all the restaurants I can think of, with exception maybe one, has 5 or less. But what I really wanted to say was that because this is buried in this omnibus bill, we didn't hear any testimony from any food establishment other than Aroma Joe's. And if we go through rules process, then I think that the people in the food industry will have more notice and will be able to make comments about, what they think of this rule. And
Representative Fellows, I don't know about you, but I spoke to the managers and owners of several food service establishments, and their basic response was, "Oh, please do it." So that's all I can say about this. Representative Bailey?
I could be mistaken, but I seem to recall we heard from the Restaurant Association.
Yes, the Restaurant Association is strongly in favor. All right.
Are there restaurants in Pebble Wilderness?
She said there's
Okay.
with fewer than 5 food service employees. All right, any other comments, questions, debate?
I mean, you can buy sushi at a gas station. That's all I have to say.
Yes, it's an interesting state. Okay, so the motion is ought to pass on section 13, made by Representative Yakovich. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Roy,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson?
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich?
Yes.
Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Allegro?
Yes.
Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Lanzara?
Yes.
Representative Santanastasa?
Yes.
Representative Goley?
Yes.
Representative Schuett?
Yeah, I think she's left.
Yes, she has one.
She's the.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought she might have stayed for this. Representative Judy?
We.
Representative Schmidt?
Yes.
Representative Schultz?
Yes,
Representative Fellows?
No,
Representative Fontenot?
Yes.
Representative Broda? Are you muted? Are you there? We'll come back. Representative O'Brien?
Sorry, yes.
Representative O'Brien?
Yes.
Representative Broda, you don't have to be sorry for voting yes. Representative McGuire,
Yes,
the chair, rather.
that's okay.
It is 18-1.
Okay.
I'd just like to add that I've been inspired to go out to eat tonight by this.
Good point.
Are
All
there
right.
any good places in Holderness?
at your peril.
I've never been to Holderness. That's a call to action, by the way, Sally. Yeah.
oh yeah, please come and visit. There are a lot of good, Walters Basin, right on the channel between Big Squam and Little Squam. I was there last weekend.
Okay, so that, I think that's enough for today. We will be resuming next Tuesday. And we will be taking up sections 7, 6, 8, and 12, which we haven't had yet.
And the non-germane amendment?
14.
And 14, yes, the non-germane amendment.
Okay,
So
and then-
Thank you for reminding me.
So I'm not sure that I could hear the whole thing. It may be cut out. 7, 8, and 12, 7, 8.
No, it's 6, 8, and 12, and 14.
Bingo.
14's the non-germane, right?
Right, right.
You're missing letters for that, Representative Sitek. No, there's the BI, the N, and the G. No.
And then Thursday, we've got a couple subcommittee.
That would have been S or
Yes,
Z.
there are a couple of subcommittees this coming Thursday, which we will also try, if they're through, we will also try to exec. I suspect we will need an additional exec session after the subcommittees are through. There's also a subcommittee on next Tuesday on Senate Bill 155. So
Can we,
Could we have the information that was just communicated? Could that be in the form of an email that will be sent to all of us?
it has already been sent to you in an email, and it will be in the calendar.
Peter, you're with me on Thursday.
Okay, same difference. I'm aware of the subcommittees on Thursday.
Right. Yes.
Thank you.
The scheduling for Tuesday was sent out earlier. I think it was either late last night or this morning, and it will be in the calendar for next week.
Okay, fine. As long as it's in writing, I appreciate that.
yeah, I got the email during the hearing today, so.
Okay.
So I'm still not 100% sure I know what's going on here. Thursday, did you say we could exec on bills after the subcommittee?
I wouldn't expect to. No, I don't plan to. they've got enough work to do all day on those bills.
58 is like 60 days.
Okay, so
Yeah.
all day,
So
So all day-
Thursday is a working day. Next Tuesday, we have a subcommittee in the morning. In the afternoon, we'll pick up where we left off on
okay,
Senate Bill 133.
okay.
And we'll probably require an additional exec session, which I'm thinking will be the Tuesday after next. If anyone with strong objections to the Tuesday after next, please let me know.
Let me see, what date is that? That would be the 18th.
Yeah.
That's fine with me. Yeah, I think we'll definitely need one because by the time we're done with 133, then we actually have an actual amendment put together.
Right.
Before we
Good
can
point.
exec it, yeah.
All right, well, thank you all for lasting as long as you did. And good luck.
Madam
to the
Chair.
committee.
Madam Chair?
Rest of your Star Wars Day, May the 4th.
Yes.
Yeah.
Representative Wright, you had a
Uh,
question?
Yeah, I did, just real quick. Everything we voted on today, we are going to have to vote on again on an official, as part of the, once we get the bill all together with the amendments, is that correct?
When we get the official amendment, we will vote on the amendment unless it gets divided, which is possible, but I'm not going to encourage it.
Right, but each bill, like, or each section, are we gonna take one vote on Bill 133 or as amended with the giant amendment, or are we gonna have to rehash all this?
I was planning on taking one vote unless there's really strong encouragement to rehash.
Okay,
And you'll have to ply me with liquor to get me to agree. I prefer Irish.
Bailey's it is.
Okay.
Don't you have an Irish restaurant?
Okay, have a good evening, and I'll see you next Tuesday.